register. Why are you here? Who wants to do that? I want to share. You already spoke. So let's still keep this energy. Who else wants to share? I'm expecting someone that has not spoken before. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So when I saw the flyer in school, I was surprised at the theme, how to get customers, and it didn't just stop there and retain them. So I made up my mind that, oh, I'm not just going to learn how to get customers, but I'll be having returning customers. I'll have customers that would refer other people. That's enough reason for me to attend this summit. So I have high hopes that today I'll be getting how to get customers and then retain them such that they will not have any option but to patronize my brand.
Wow, amazing. Can we celebrate? Please, did you tell us your name? Please tell us your name. That was a very convincing reason. You could easily bring someone to this event with that thing that you just shared. So please tell us your name.
My name is Fumilayo.
Fumilayo, what business do you do? Let's just get to know you once and for all.
I run a beauty brand where I sell skincare products, hair care products, perfumes.
Amazing. Please, can we celebrate Olua Fumilayo? Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I believe that the expectations are quite similar for everyone here today. We are here to learn how to get customers and retain them. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is no longer news that we live in a world where competition is fierce. And our target audience, their attention is becoming more fleeting than ever. And the truth is, it is not just enough to have an exceptional product or service. The real game changer is that you are able to attract the right customers and keep them coming back for more. And this is why we are here today at the Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Today we are here to witness the emergence of first-class business owners that will be at the forefront of change in their spheres of influence and also be masters at their fields and masters at customer acquisition and retention, the most important. So today I would like you to embrace learning, come with an open mind, let go of everything that you might have known before now, and approach this event with a fresh slate. I hope we are here with our notepads and pens. I hope we are here with our notepads and pens because we will need them a lot this morning. My name is Esther Adishino, and I am so excited to be a part of this revolution. I am glad that I have the privilege to serve as the Master of Ceremonies for this event. And I just want to tell you that if you are here today, welcome to your beginning of greatness. Welcome to the next level of your business. And welcome to the beginning of success on a long-term basis. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of your business is in your hands, and the time is now. Welcome to the Emmanuel Akinyinka Business Summit. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Yes, so today we are here to bridge the gap, like I said, between exceptional offerings and the right audience, and we'll be exploring the strategies that are not just theoretical. These are practical strategies that will propel your business forward. And it is an honor to invite the keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Akinyinka Emmanuel Omikunle, as he comes to teach us and lead us in an intensive workshop on bridging the gap between your products, services, and the right customers. Understanding how to position your brand effectively to attract and convert your ideal audience into loyal buyers. Kindly rise, sir, as I read your citation. So after I finish taking a citation, then with a resounding round of applause, we'll welcome him upstage for the first session. I hope that's fine. Okay, please rise, sir. Akinyinka Emmanuel Omikunle is a seasoned marketing and sales strategist with over 4 years of experience helping businesses, startups, established companies, and even religious organizations achieve sustainable growth. Driven by a passion for empowering businesses, Akinyinka specializes in bridging the gap between great products and services and the right customers. Its expertise lies in positioning brands in front of their ideal audience and converting them into buying customers. In addition to its expertise in business growth, Akinyinka has trained numerous individuals, equipping them with the skills and strategies to grow their own businesses and those of their clients. As a professional in Google and social media ads, particularly on platforms like Facebook and Instagram, Akinyinka has successfully run impactful ads campaigns across Nigeria, America, Canada, and the UK, generating significant revenue for its clients. Committed to continuous improvement, Akinyinka remains focused on delivering strategic marketing and sales solutions that ensure businesses not only survive but thrive in today's competitive market. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding ovation, can we make welcome to the stage Mr. Akinyinka Emmanuel? Let's keep clapping till he comes up stage.
We will definitely not going to be cut short. It's when we were preparing to come up with the team, I had to do some, we began to do some studies, and we wanted to know the kind of audience we want to speak with. So I think we were contemplating on using what kind of topic can we use so that it will be more foundational than being technical. Are we together? So we had to get that so that when we were able to come up with the topic, so we already knew that these are the set of people we'll be speaking with. Trust me, we are not, it's not, we didn't promise what we will not be giving. So just you're going to be giving me attention for just few minutes, and trust me, you'll be engaging the things that I'll be talking about today. Say in the name of Jesus. So, but anyway, when I say that, I'm a believer, Jesus lover. So he called me to also do this. So when I say in Jesus' name, or I don't want you to see it as a religious act. It has become our life. Do we understand? All right. I wanted to end that with hallelujah, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So let's start with the slide. I think we are not. I remember one time that was what spurs this vision. So I remember that time I was in 300 level, and I was about starting business at that time. Okay. I was about starting business at that time. So you see, I began to look at most of the competitors. We were going to get the video now. I began to think about a lot of things. So sometimes I take my time to look at the competitors in my feed. Sometimes I get to watch their YouTube channel. I did all kinds of competitive analysis. And I discovered that most of these guys we are not in the same cadre anymore. Those guys they've gone so far. And you see, like some of us here might have a lot of questions in our heart. I've been doing this, I've been posting on Instagram, I've been posting on YouTube, Is it possible for me to ever match up with those guys? That becomes in my heart. So one day I found out that the strength that if I can continue with what I'm doing, I will definitely get there soon. And that's the reason why you are here. If I can continue with what I'm doing, I will definitely get there soon. And that's the reason why you are here. It's not about being consistent. You have to there are things that when you do right, if you do them consistently, that's when the result will show forth. Abi now? But you see, there are times you can do things consistently in a wrong way. When you do it consistently and it is in a wrong way, of course, the destination is not assured. So I began my studies that time. I give my attention to it, and I know that there is actually a future in it. I remember it was in 2021 that I began digital marketing. I did all kinds of things. I really didn't know if it would be profitable at that time. And I mean, it's just 4 years down the line. practicing those principles that I'm about to share with us today has changed a lot of things, a lot of things. So if you're going to be giving me your attention, I want to believe that you will not have to spend 4 years, of course. You just a little time to stay consistent in what I've been able to get. Do we understand? Okay, so but maybe I should just use this one. So I'll be talking on how to get customers and retain them. So my sorry, please, I'm waiting for the technical unit to get the slide. Okay, if that's taking time, I need one protocol here, please. Just one protocol, please. Sorry, apologies for that. I think the technical has some issues. Meanwhile, I heard that we started late because of the inadequacy of the hall in Ogbomoso. Our sincere for that. We do not mean to take your time unnecessarily. All right, so let me just begin before we come up with a slide. So there are principles that makes us to become successful. I'm going to be talking about some practical aspects, and I'll also show us some practical tools that we'll be able to use in order for us to understand customers. But first and foremost, there are things that we want to understand when we deal with our customers. And also, especially in business, there are mindsets that we must have, which becomes the proof of success. No, not this one, not this one. Which becomes the proof of success. So one of the things that I would like to talk about, let me try to follow my slide even without it, is, and you know, there are things that when I began to take some advanced studies, advanced courses to advance in my career, I discovered that most of the little things that were taught in the foundation that we didn't really pay attention to. You know, there are some courses, sometimes when you want to start some courses, they talk about, these are the foundations. So you have to learn, might not necessarily have anything to do with the course, but they will have to tell you that these are the things that you need to learn. But sometimes you're always so eager to begin the main course. And I discovered that most of those basic things were what we had to return to. Because without the foundation of those things, it becomes impossible for us to further the things that we do. Are we still together? Are we still together? So I would not want you to make some mistake and say, is this what you want to talk about? We know this. Is it, you want to talk about self? I know these ones. I'm still waiting for what I asked for, please. You know this, is this what you are still talking about? This is so simple. And of course, that's not it sometimes. So let's just begin as fast as possible, but we are going to take it faster. So first thing I would like to talk about today, in order for us to have a prosperous business, we want to have a strong self-confidence. I don't know why the technicals are having issues with the slide, so but I would just like to work with mine from my phone here. Awesome, awesome. So I have my slide now, so I'll talk in a structured order. Hallelujah. Oh, sorry. Yes, yes. So I striving in the workplace. So there is a particular statistics that got my attention when I was about to begin business, and that percentage is, I know some of us will have heard that before, how that 96% of businesses fail first in their first 10 years. And you see, at the end of the day, that 4% there is a difference between you striving and you surviving. Please don't be distracted. There is always a difference between when you strive and when you survive. You know, some of us, when we were in school, by the special grace of God, in the terms of finances, I remember in my first 100 level, second level, I said 200 level, 300 level, it's a survival mode. It's not a striving mode. And I mean financially, please. I was striving in all aspects, just the finances. And I know that some of us have those kind of experiences here. Sometimes you have to eat what you eat carbohydrates in the morning, in the evening, and in the night. I decided to use the name carbohydrate so that we can touch it. You know, if I don't want to mention some foods here now, so let's stick with that name. But of course, there are times that you take you take advanced carbohydrate, take it in the morning, take it in the afternoon, take it in the evening, take it the next morning. And not that you just cooked it, you warmed it. Are we at the same page now? So those points were not surviving mode. Those were survival mode. That's not, you are not trying to strive. So those are kinds of business that people began to run in the first 10 years. So I mean, I don't know, 96% will definitely fail. Out of those 4%, eventually just the 2% will eventually survive, and the other 2% goes into the thriving mode. Are we still together? These statistics, please, next slide. These statistics should just let you know that business is beyond posting on Instagram and Facebook. It takes a lot of intentionality and a lot of work for you to survive in business. It takes a lot of intelligence. You want to strive in business, it means you have to be very intentional about the growth. You don't want to okay, so what are you doing? I just want to start a business. Okay, well, so what's the business? I just want to be selling clothes. So what's your plans? I'll be posting on Instagram and Facebook. Hopefully things will just happen one day. Nothing happens one day. You can't wake up and you're just surprised that you start having 50 orders. I mean, you woke up in the morning and you have 50 orders without having some works done. So there's nothing is going to surprise you in your business if you have not put a lot of work into it. So these statistics was what made me to begin a lot of studies. I'm just 4 years to that line anyway, but I decided to take, and meanwhile, if I want to break it, so if you see, in other words, 96 small businesses within their first, let's read the first line. According to SBA, about 20% of small businesses fail in their first 5 years. So the first category is actually in the first 5 years. So after that, before they get to 10 years, I mean, a lot of changes has begun. So we don't want to be part of these statistics, and that's why I began my study. So next slide, let me begin to show us what I found. So we want to talk about the solution, please. Next slide. Awesome. Good. So we want to set achievable goals. I personally believe that one of my mentors, I've not seen him physically, but I read all of his books, and that's Brain Tracy. One of the things that sponsor us, give us a lot of energy to do the things that is needed for us, is that you need to have an achievable goals. I know that there are some things, I believe that there are things that we want to do now, and those things, for us to be able to come into them, we have to have, I remember when I was building my online presence on LinkedIn, I would do it for like 5 days, then I would stop. I'll stop for like 6 months. Now, maybe someone would just talk to me again and say, bro, you need to do this. There is opportunity. After that vibe, as we call it, I'll take it up again and I'll begin my study. I'll write, I'll push. 1 month, I'm tired again. And that's how it has been for the past, let's say, 2 years ago, until I just began. I know that I set some actionable goals, and I know that my success depends on this thing. My faithfulness to my business will bring solutions to some certain things. So those particular goals are what brings, even when it's not easy, when I'm about to give up, I go again to go and read those goals. one of those goals, you see, especially in Nigeria, the economic in Nigeria is, of course, God is working with us, but it's not going to get better soon. It is very important. Why business is not focused on just money, but it solves a lot of problems. You want to have some goals that you have set apart, so that when it is time for you to launch into the business, you are not getting tired. When you get tired, you look at the things that you already have on ground. But you see, the mistake you don't need to make here is that you don't want to come and say, in 2025, I want to make let's say you are earning, let's say 500,000, let's say 5 million per year. So you now come and say, okay, this year I want to start earning $1 billion. $1 billion what? Dollars. I mean, most of us are Christian. I understand faith. Trust me, I'm a faith preacher. But you see, there are things that does not work. When you set some goals that are not, that your brain cannot relate with, your brain stops working. Because you don't even have the platforms to, you have not even reached, that's a lot of, by the time you be handing in December, you'll find out that you've not been able to do anything. So you want to help your brain. You want to set some achievable goals. That's why it's called achievable goals. You want to have some goals that you can achieve. Okay, so in January, in February, that goal should not be related to the business, but what you want to do out in 2025. When you have been able to do that, then please, next slide, please. So when you have been able to do that, then it's now time to face our fear. Quite a number of times, I personally believe that most of the reasons why people fail, especially in life, is actually because of the fear of failure. Not necessarily the failure itself, but the fear of failure. While we were planning this event, of course, we don't have any guarantee if anybody who comes. I mean, that's enough for us to not even hold any event, because we've put a lot of money. And you see, there's this just natural fear that comes with human. I mean, a lot of us. If I tell some of us to come to this place now, you might not want to do that. And the truth of the matter is that every one of us have this key factor in our lives. You see, when we ignore these little things that I'm sharing, the day you pay for it, 500,000 class, in 1 million naira class, because I've attended some classes, trust me, you pay a lot of money for it, or for you to just decide, they start to talk about the necessary things that, okay, is this what I pay for? Can you imagine? Talking about the fear of the how to face your, didn't I know that? Can't I watch a reel to address this? But the reason why we are not getting results is because we have not gotten this, go and start that business. There are fears that is attached to our heart towards that. And when you have set an achievable goals, one thing you want to do now is that you want to face your fear. And one of the best way to do it is that you give yourself words of affirmation. I've done that quite a number of times. I know that I'm going to be facing people today. I cannot begin to play my voice note for you, what I've been doing before this event, because I know that those are the things that set ahead of me. Are we still together? Are we still together? So, number one is what? So, after you have set that achievable goal, what you want to do next is what? You face your fear. You want to face it. Repeat after me and say, I'm facing my fear. I'm converting my fear into positive things. The proof that you have fears those are proofs that you should actually do what you were supposed to do. Are we still together? Let's go to the next slide because of our time. So let's move to the next slide. After you have done that, I want you to know that I need you to know that rejection is not personal. Trust me. I've spoken to a quite number of clients. I see sometimes, especially when you are dealing with sales, when it is, how many of us have met sales people before? In fact, you can almost even shout at them. I've gotten a lot like that. Sometimes I'm just speaking to a client. Okay, so if you can get this product, please, can you please go straight to the point? Sometimes I wanted to drop the call and say, Jay, do you know me? Do you know? Is it not? Do you know the funniest thing? We've spoken to some clients before. I will tell them, okay, so this is what you are going to do to take your business to the next level. I remember one woman, the woman will say, oh, okay, yes, I know how to do this. Ah, okay, so let's go to the next one. We move to the, oh, I know how to do this. We move to the, oh, I was tempted to tell her that, why are you now here? Why is your business still in the same position? If you know how to do all of the things that are marketing like me, yeah, I mean, how many of us have, there are times when you see ads, or maybe you are watching a YouTube video, for some of us that does not have the premium version, just bring an ad. You first cost the person, then you now skip the ads. That's how market, especially people in sales, these are the problems we face. But I want you to know that rejection is not personal. In other words, the person is not rejecting you. He's actually rejecting the offer that you have to sell. So if I'm selling phone, if you tell me no, you are not telling me no. You are telling me that you don't need the phone now. Yes or yes. But anyway, I'm going to be telling, I'll be sharing the things that will definitely speak to a customer that might not really, you might not want a problem. I mean, 98% of that, you will not have to start having problems with them. But I mean, initially, we had a lot of rejections, trust me. There are times I look at myself and say, if not for God. Okay. We'll just, you have to be very polite in business. Just end the call. Customers are always right. So you just leave them and let them go. So I want you to know that when you begin work now, when you are taking these strategies I'm about to show us and putting it right in front of people, when you are being rejected along the line, I want you to know that those rejections are not personal. They're actually to your product and they're actually to your service. When they say no to you, there are many reasons why a customer will say no to you. It's probably because you are selling to the wrong person, you are not speaking the person's language. You know, in relationship and marriage, we call it love language. Yes or no? Are we together? Are we still together? Oh, is what I'm saying emotional? It looks like our face is looking so emotional. Don't worry. When we also start, I know that some of us have also faced rejection. Maybe that's why some people they're already feeling my pain. Maybe you remember one woman that shouted at you because you wanted to help his or her life. Those things are not personal. Say to yourself, rejections are not personal. It's not personal to me. So no one can reject me. Simple as that. So we have gotten this. It's time for us to move into the main work. So number one, set what? An achievable goal. Number two. Number three. Rejection is not personal. Please, when you wake up in the morning, write that. Maybe you can find a place to write it in your room or whatever. As I said to go and meet a client today, I'm not being rejected. I'll try as much as possible to prospect the client, but if it really doesn't turn out well, then it's just rejecting my offer. And I've not been able to know how to speak to them very well. Then you continue your journey. So, having said that, we want to go into the main business of today, so which is the introduction. As fast as possible, please. So, this introduction, I'm going to be talking about, there are two major aspects of marketing that I want us to know in order for us to understand our customers. Are we together? Are we still together? So the first one is the traditional marketing and the modern day marketing. Now, you remember that in olden days, one of the ways by which people strive in business is that most especially is always in form of relationship. So I already know this brother, I know this woman. These are the set of the people that I know. It becomes so easier for me to sell to them. So whoever wants to buy something from you in the Old Testament must be from a close relationship. Are we together? So now the disadvantages of that is that it has to limit their reach. And if you want to reach a broader audience at that time, it becomes so expensive. That's where we have printing medias. When you want to do printing medias, it takes a lot of money from them. But the money is not even the issue. The issue is that most of those things do not always convert, because when they see a print media on the road, maybe some of them use newspaper at that time, once they see it, it doesn't even push anything to them. So after spending a lot of money on that, they will eventually not get the customers. So their business is just towards the family circle. Now, let's say you are selling a phone, and let's say we are in the olden days now, and you are selling a phone, and it's just your family people. I mean, in 2 to 3 years, all of your family members should have gotten a phone, yes or no? What will happen to the other phones now? Start using it for Instagram Live. So it means they become so low, they will not be able to move forward. And trust me, those are the reasons why many of them fail. But you see, in the modern marketing, one of the reasons why technology becomes an advantage to us is that it helps us to reach a larger audience. And not just only that, you know how to position yourself rightly in front of your customers. So that, of course, you spend some money, but not as disadvantaged as the holding this. So what's that? I mean, I've not, by the special grace of God, I've not stepped out of Nigeria yet. I'll be stepping out soon, but I've had a lot of people beyond the reach of Nigeria. In fact, most of the people I work for are not even in our jurisdiction. So the reason why I could do that is because it's, of course, because of the modern strategies. Are we together? Are we still together? Are we still together? Awesome. I'll call just two of us. So those are just two major. I know some people are just saying, forget about all of this. Let's just go to the major topic. You have to understand that. So tradition and the modern marketing. So the other thing I would also like to talk about is there are differences between business skills and what's the name now? Sorry, I lost my line of thought. Business skills and technical skills. Now, it's different. I mean, that's the reason why a lot of people have you seen people that has a lot of skills, they know how to do things, but their sales are not really coming well. But there are some people that really does not even know how to do anything. And they are the one you always see all the time. And by the time you get something from them, I remember, okay, I don't want to talk about that. Don't let me talk about that. But you see, I want to believe that there are some times we have gotten products and services that it didn't meet our expectation. And you see, right there is someone in one village who knows how to do that work 10 times. So you can, let's say you're a fashion designer in this place, you can really know how to do, you can sew, you can even, maybe you've sewn for unseen people, and maybe they just call you, I want to, please just get me this. Oh, it's not a problem, just do a video. Just do a video of yourself or snap yourself and send it to me. And by the time you come out with the designs, it will be very, very perfect. But you see, there are some tailors, they will still bring tape, they will use video, they will use everything. The clothes will still not be fitted. And those are the people you definitely see all the time. I'm saying that it is not enough for you to know how to do fashion. It is not enough for you to know how to do which other skill, which other technical skill is very popular. Baking. Everybody is baking now. Is not enough for you to know how to do digital marketing. It's enough for you. You must also know the aspect of the business skills. Are we together? So, in order for you to not be frustrated in what you are doing, I mean, a lot of people have very great shop. And please let me give an example for you to know that you are practicing only technical skills but not the business skills. When you have a shop and you have get everything set and you get the billboard, you put it everywhere and you are just sitting down hoping for customers to come one day. That's the technical skills. You are not, if there are no additional things you are doing to that business outside of that place, the only people that will patronize that business are the people around the jurisdiction. Many times, I've seen some shops in town, and I saw that what they were selling was not what the people in that area could afford. That's already a problem. If they are not putting the business skills to it, yes or yes. How can you be selling? We all know town now. We know town. We know town, Abby. We know town. So you start selling cars. I mean, you start selling, I'm not talking about normal cars. I'm talking about, let's say you're selling high quality brands cars. Nobody will buy that. Even you yourself, you don't have money to buy it. So it means you have to do something additional. Are we together? So you're making up your mind today that I'm going to be getting better at my technical skills. But above that, I want to focus on my business skills. The differences between them is that one positions you ahead of people that needs it, and that increases the sales. Trust me. That's why, especially in our world, people that are audacious takes the game. You can know if you, in fact, even if you know everything, you'll still be at one shop. You have to learn the business. It's very, very important. Please, I need my slide. I really need it. So let's talk about the. Okay, I think I've spoken about self-confidence, and these are just requirements. I have just a few minutes to wrap up this introduction part. So, just few requirements to be successful. I've spoken about self-confidence the other time. You have to be confident. You see, there are times when I was coming this morning, I was not coming. Of course, I had a little fear because, you know, just this little fear of facing customers, facing people and the likes. I mean, the fear has gone. But you see, there are some fears that comes because you know that you are not competent. Because you really don't know that I don't even know what to say now. I don't know how to do this now. Those are the things that brings low self-esteem. When it comes to value, one of the things that makes you to be more confident at what you do is that you get better at it. If I want to face, trust me, I've done quite a number of interviews. Sometimes I don't bother to read. I mean, why should I start reading when it's not biochemistry? Oh, sorry. I graduated from biochemistry. If I want to do any test or if they tell us they want to have an I'll have to read. I'll sleep. I'll wake up in the morning to do some because in our department, if you don't do revision, you did not read. So I have to wake up very early in the morning to still do revision. But if I want to convince you to buy something from me now, I don't need to go and sleep and wake up. That brings the confidence. It brings the confidence. I know Paul. Oh, sorry. Hallelujah. Yeah. Are we still together? Oh, of course now. I told you initially that we are one. Abi, you can't separate us. As a matter of fact, he told me to go and start this in 2021. I used to see people who do business as failures. My brothers can testify. Once I see you doing business, I already term you as you are begging, you are a beggar. You want to find one or two things to put in mouth. So it becomes, it was part of the way I carried my cross in that year. Because marketing, you have to start putting your face out. In fact, there are some designs that I made that time that I have not posted till now. Because I eventually forgot. I didn't even know that. Are we together? So have self-confidence. The best way to do that is that you get better at what you do. So when you're talking to a client, you tell the person, I was doing one interview not quite long. I was just speaking with the person. The person, oh, quite interesting. Why will you not be interesting? In fact, I didn't even do any video because I know what I was doing. I have the aside from of course, some of us are believers. The Holy Ghost backed us up, but there are some things you must know. You must know them. Repeat after me. I'm getting better at what I do. I am getting better at what I do. You see, that's why taking courses will not be a problem for you. Say they want to take one course, it's 300,000. What did they want to teach us? Will they buy food? Will they buy bed? Will they give us accommodation? What will we do? Those are sacrifices that you pay for your future so that you will become more confident when the day comes. Are we together? Are we still together? Are we enjoying ourselves? Are we enjoying ourselves? So please make up your mind to be valuable. Are we together? If it is that fashion that you are doing, make up yourself. If they wake you up, you are able to craft. That's the word in marketing. Craft a strategic clothing for your customers. Just one encounter with you, they will never go back. I had one tailor at that time. when I give clothes, the cloth is either one is longer than the other, or maybe you don't want to be that. Yes or no? You want to do better. You really want to do better. Those are the sacrifices that I have paid. I bought books on marketing. There was a time that was what sponsored my energy to do this. When I finished my first training in data marketing in 2021, I discovered that people will start talking about, okay, do you know SEO marketing? I said, yeah, I know it. Okay, do you know so? I said, yeah, I know it. I mean, those words are new to me. So I was wondering what kind of course would take that I could not get all of those things. So I had to just go for an advanced one, so that when customer speaks to me, I will not be naive. So please get better. The best way to take low self-esteem is to be what? Valuable. Are we together? The best way to take low self-esteem out of our life is to be what? Is to be what? And being valuable means what? I didn't get that. So let's have someone to give us the response. Please, get us a mic. Who wants to do that? Who wants to do that? Who wants to do that? Anybody? Being valuable means what? With my explanation, don't give me dictionary meaning. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Being valuable is to be better at what you do.
Please let me celebrate this, brother. Thank you so much. So when we are done, sir, let's have a one-on-one conversation together. We need to see. Hallelujah. Please, let's just be familiar with this. So, second is that you want to learn the principle of Pareto. I don't know why the board is not here. I want to speak about the principle of Pareto. The principle of Pareto was what I learned in, I think it was very early last year, is your ability to focus at what you do. I know that a lot of us we have a lot of, sometimes we are tempted to do a lot of things at the same time. Let me give you an example. Like I said, if any one of you, I heard someone saying that it is data marketing here. So when you want to learn data marketing, for example, especially the foundational courses, you have different dimensions in data marketing. Number one is that you have the content marketing, you have the advertising aspect, you have the email aspect. Which other aspect again? Who can tell me which other aspect? Who can tell me now? Thank you, sir. Who can tell me which other aspect again now? Who said the data marketer the other time? Let's start bless you, sir. So please let me give him the mic. So give us some few things about what are the core courses you might want to know when you want to start a data marketing.
You have to know market research.
Okay.
To do competitive analysis
okay.
of your competitor out there.
Okay.
Also, you now move to content writing.
Okay.
You have to learn advertising. Under advertising is social media.
Yes.
Ads, paid ads, Google ads.
Yeah,
then,
awesome.
For content, to boost content, you have to learn SEO and
You've tried.
Yes.
I started Aegis. And that's why I tell us that the beauty of it is that you now have a specific aspect. If you bring any other aspect in data, trust me, they are not, it will not be a problem. But you see, but here's the thing. When you want to start marketing, you have content marketing. Apologies for my writing. I used to write on keypads. So let's say you have content marketing. You have, which other aspect again? The ads. You have the email. You have a lot of them like that. So when you want to start, you definitely take an introduction course that cover all of these things. Where we now make mistake is that you want to focus on this aspect. You want to focus on this aspect. You want to focus on this aspect. So your business. So when you're about to come up with a business name, you now look for a name that carries all of these things together. So let's say, for example, Akinyinka Emmanuel. You know the way our parents used to do now? When they want to come up with a name for their business, they will put their first name, their second son's name. They will put the third name of who again? They will make sure that all of those names is captured in that business. So that's why some names can be very, very long. Okay, so as I was explaining, so you want your business to definitely carry all of these things together. You will get it wrong. Your goal is to focus on one aspect. Trust me, of course, in the beginning you are going to lose a lot of clients. But that's the main goal. You are focusing on just one aspect so that you'll be able to narrow down your energy into one aspect. And here's what I've found. When you, for example, if I'm in marketing, for example, if you focus on just one aspect, what I focus on currently at the moment is just to help businesses to get strategic solutions and just helping them to bridge the gap between their product and services, then before their right customers. This necessarily does not need all of this anyway. It's just a platform sometimes. So your goal is that you want to focus on just one aspect. When you focus on that aspect, every other works will definitely come from this space. Do we understand? Do we understand? Let me use another business as an example. Let's say you are into good bakeries. Is it what's the general name for this? Baking soda? What did you say? What did you, I didn't get that, sorry. Catering and what? I think some people join it together now. Catering and what I'm hearing is respiratory system. I'm not hearing you guys. I didn't get that. What did you say? Pastries. Okay. Plaster, ba? From the word plaster. Okay. So, if it's a complaint, it's okay to focus on this. But if you are building a personal brand, you don't want to make a mistake. Trust me. And meanwhile, maybe I need to tell us, I started FitTech Networks when I finished my business. I discovered that it takes a lot to run a business, especially when you don't have enough experience, and especially when you don't have people you can pay to. I mean, I have volunteers that do the work, but trust me, you have to still pay people for their work. Abi now. So if you don't have the money yet, I believe, it's my opinion, please. That's what I've done that gives the result. I believe in personal branding. What did I say? What did I say? Good. Personal branding it helps to bring you out as a professional so that you are not doing everything at the same time. But like I said, here's what I've found, that when you focus on just one aspect and you know it very well, all other aspects will fall into place. So what I've found out is that most of my customers will definitely need 2 or 3 out of the services that I did not focus on. So that I will not waste too much of my time, please focus on the things that matters. Focus on the things that what? Okay, so I forgot to state the principle. 80% of result comes from 20% of effort. So when you do 20% of effort for a long time, that's what brings out the major result. Doing this and doing that will not bring the result. Focusing on one aspect is what brings the result. I think this guy got this principle, is an Italian economist that got down 80% of the goods that were coming from Italy were actually coming from just 20% of the plant. Do you understand what I said? Most of the things that they are selling at Italy at that time, I'm talking about farm now, in agriculture, most of the foods that they were eating actually came from 20% of the plant. It was not the plant. So they have to focus on those ones. Are we together? So you want to focus on what matters. Next slide. Oh. And have a long term for success. Do we understand that? Please, let's have a long term for what? success. Let's have a long term for let's have a long term for. We've met a lot of clients. I say, okay, so what do you do? I help businesses to, I talk confidently, I help businesses to do this and do that. And my minimum time interval to grow a business is between their first 90 days. If you cannot do that, you can carry your bag and go. Because many times, most of the business that tells you they want to see the results now, as if it's a magic. When it's not as if I want to go and buy followers for them, I want to see the results today. They are playing games. If it is business, if you are dealing with people, not goat, it takes a lot of time. In fact, I'm sure that most of you, the reason why you came here was because you saw the banner, you saw it online, someone spoke to you, probably saw it in your dream. That's when you now decided to now come. Because that's how human beings are. So have a long term for success. You are building a personal brand because you have posted for 6 months. You are just having 2 likes. See, this thing's not the work. 2 likes, and that 2 likes is your mom and dad. you almost give up. All these things are not just well. Let's stop this. These things are not working. You want to have a long-term plan for success. That's when success will not become a burden. Most of the costs that I've gotten today, all of the money together that I've gotten from the business, they are not equivalent to the investment. Trust me when I say that. They are not yet equivalent to the investment that I've had to pay my money for them. But I know that investment, at the long run, it will yield a lot of results. Simple. So, I mean, couple of months now, if you hear that I'm just charging some client just for consultation, how much is it? $10,000 for 1 hour. You will not be surprised. And meanwhile, that already shows that my business is not for everybody again. Do you know that? It's no longer for everybody. How much are you selling this? It's 80,000. I don't want to say Yoruba terms. You know the meaning now. You know what follows? Especially our ladies and mothers. That's why I love the system of supermarkets. You see the price. The way people print it, you see the price bar. And isn't it amazing that people that goes into supermarket goes to another shopping mall to go and price some things and they could not price it at the supermarket? It's just branding, simple. And that's my fixed price. If you cannot pay it, I can just teach you. In fact, there are people that I've decided to tell them that don't worry, it's not a problem, so that we'll end on a good note. I will just train your staffs and you so that you really know. But for me to work with you, I'm sorry, it's a no for, and it ended in peace. So have a long term for success. Let me return back there. Have a long term for success. Have a long term for success. Know that it takes a lot to build a business, so that you will not complain in your first year, in your second year, and say these things are not working. Do we understand? Because of my time, let's rush now. So next slide, please. So let's go deeper now. Let's do that fast. So reasons why people are not buying your product. How many of us are in business here? Please raise up your hand. Oh, so beautiful sister, please come over. Let's do some analogy. Let's celebrate out. Don't be shy, don't worry. Even me, I'm shy. So let's shy together. Let's shy together. Of course, come to the front. Come to the front. Celebrate her as she comes, please. So let's give her the mic. Okay, so what's the business about? Tell me the business. What's it about?
Good morning, everybody. My
morning.
name is Joy. I help people build and boost their self-confidence with perfumes.
Can you please celebrate this, sister? Because I'm still going there. Please say it loud. Let them hear.
I help people build and boost their self-confidence with perfumes.
God will bless you. Because that's actually what I wanted to say. Do you know that? Okay, good. Now, there are a lot of reasons why people don't buy. Let's say you are now selling this perfume, and now let's say you see some people now say, okay, please come and buy perfume. Oh. It's just 2005. What did you say, ma'am? I sell perfumes. Please, I sell perfumes. Come and buy perfume. Oh. Sales price, sales price, sales price. I mean, those things does not work. Some people go to an extent. Sometimes I see some DMs. Hello, lovey. Hello, my love. What's your problem? Why you? I have my fiancé there. Why are you using? Am I your mother? I don't get that. You started a message with multiple love emojis. Is that how to? Is that? You cannot want to sell an expensive brand and start with love emoji. Yes or no? Is love emoji not for wives and husbands? Why are you taking it into business? There are other ways to connect with your customers emotionally, not love. Nobody, I've told, I shared it on my. If you, one of the ways to disapprove the content you sent to me is that I found that once I found that love emoji, I know that you are just you didn't pay attention to the things I put on my status. So I will not even. For some people might be hearing this. That's the reason why I didn't post this thing, because you put love emoji. So the reasons why people buy is actually because you are not speaking their language. And I love what this sister said. Now, take for example, another person says, maybe the sister has been battling with a lot of things, and say, okay, please come and sell perfume. Oh. That one will tell you, perfume loba, you go find your way, Joe. But this sister presented it in a very good way. I sell perfume. I can help you boost your self-confidence. Say how. Then start saying the story. You know, there are times, one of the things that boosts confidence, is, especially for people in fashion, hope you know that there's a way when your clothes are not quite fitted, it disturbs your heart. Yes or no? Good. You shake it like 3 times. Wait, this thing, this is too long now. What will people be saying? Many times people do not even see you, but you have the problem already. That's a strategic place to pitch a business, especially in the fashion industry. You help people to boost their confidence. Those are the strengths of marketing message. Those are what my content are always all about. So I can help you boost your self-confidence. Are you a pastor? Of course not. I'm not a pastor, but there are times that, you know, the reasons why this can happen is because if you want to go between your friends, you might not have the confidence to do this and do that. And say, what's the name of that pep? And it's a common pep. But you see, you already sell the solution to them. And that's why it's called love language. I'm the one that termed it as love language in B. That's not the name. In the normal standard of marketing, it means you are speaking the language of your customers. But for me, I feel that you are speaking their love language. Are we together? So whoever has self-confidence problem, if she is able to relate that perfume to that solution, the person will buy. Are we together? So please keep building people's confidence. It's don't change the language. Don't change the message. So, because later on, you will definitely see that God will begin to advance. There are some perfumes, trust me, they really build your confidence. There are some perfumes that they are actually perfumes. It's like you leave your presence in the building before you go. Meanwhile, there are other perfumes too that you will leave your presence, but you know that this one, this one is not from here. Thank you very much, man. Can we celebrate her? So, you want to answer those questions. They don't understand how your services help them. They don't know or trust you. They have objections. You are not selling to them appropriately. They are not the right customers for you. So, if they don't understand what you are selling, they will not come to you. If they don't trust you, please, that's why it's good to have a long-term success plan. If people do not trust you, you will definitely not get anything from them. That's why it's not good to approach business from the standpoint of people to buy, like you want to use them. That's why some people, when they sell to their customer, that's all. You will never hear from them again. That's the first secret to retention. You need to have a long-term success for that. So they must understand what your services can do for them. I'm coming, I want to check something. Okay, we are still far to... Okay, we are still getting there. So next slide. Let's not waste time here. I will still talk about that one after. But please just know those things from there. So these are the process you want to take a customer into. Number one is prospecting. Prospecting means finding... I will teach this, the technical aspect of it. Do we understand? the prospecting aspect. Now, what does it mean to prospect? What it means to prospect is that you want to find the right people that can buy what you are selling. So let's say I'm selling this phone for $100,000. My first assignment is that I want to do a very thorough process in prospecting the people that I want to sell to. I already know that there are some people that they will be categorized at that aspect, and some people will not be there. That's the work of prospecting. Are we together? You want to figure out people that can buy from people that cannot. You want to figure out people that can buy, people that cannot. People that needs your product and people that does not need it. Good. That's the work of prospecting. When you find them, you build a relationship with them. When you have built that, you identify their needs. My time is rushing, so I have to just rush. You have to present. After you have identified, please pay attention to this note, because that's what I want to explain one after the other. Presenting solutions. After you have identified their needs, you want to present the solution. Are we together? You see, one time when I was studying all of these business terms, I said, okay, is it just because to sell something to someone? Is that why I need to learn a lot of things? And the reason is because business sometimes taught the psychology of men. You really know how to find out how men think at times. Are we together? Are we together? It takes a lot to sell to people. So that's why I said if you are really serious with business, that you are not just, you don't want to continue posting. These are the things we need to know, honestly. We really need to know them. Okay, so I'm just saying that so that you will not feel that this is too complex now. It's not because I want to build self-confidence. It's more than that, trust me. Presenting, so after you have identified their needs, you present solutions, you answer their objections, and that's what brings to the closing of the sale. So let's take it. Let me explain in details. Next slide. So let's go practical now. Next slide. So this is what I did. I personally did this for my business, and that was what began to change a lot of things. Number one, what are the 5 to most attractive features and benefits of my product and my service? So I want to give you 5 seconds. No, let me give 30 seconds. Let me give 30 seconds. And after that, okay, so if you are in business, raise up your hand. Let's start. Please, this is a business atmosphere, and it's also a spiritual atmosphere. Don't lie. Raise up your hand. Now. Raise it up. I don't see it. Raise it up. Awesome. Awesome. Please still raise it up. I'm trying to look for people I will call. Nice. Good. Drop our hand. So 30 seconds for this assessment. What are the 5? 10 is too much. So give me 5 features, then 5 benefits of what you are selling. 30 seconds. Think about it, and I will call one person. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. What are the features? Features are what made your product. Then the benefit is what it does to the customer. 30 seconds. I already have the person I will call. And I'm looking at you. You are not even thinking. No wala. They've sent time to me. I'm just saying that. So please, let's do that faster. I think we should be done by now. Let's raise our hands again. So whoever raised their hand the other time and didn't raise it now is the person I will call. So please, can we raise our let's raise our hands up. Okay, a lot of people still did not want to raise. Okay. So my sister, please come forward. Because this is what you were doing, so I think you have something also. So let's give her the mic as fast as possible. Okay, don't worry, don't come forward. Just say it from there. Give me 5 benefits and 5 features of your product. What makes up what you sell? Hey, my time.
I didn't raise my hand because I was not done thinking.
Okay, you are not done yet. Okay, give me the ones you've done. Give me the ones you've done. Okay, tell me what your business is. What's your business about?
Fashion design.
Fashion also. I've said a lot of things about fashion. Oh yeah, pick from there. I'm waiting. Okay, just give me one. Okay, what's the benefit of your service?
Okay, the benefit of my
my service is to ensure that people feel good in what they wear.
Okay.
They feel confident, they feel happy, and
Okay.
it is what actually suits what they want.
Is what actually
It suits what they want.
suits what they want.
You know, in
Awesome.
fashion, you are looking at different things.
Okay.
So whatever it is I'm giving to them actually fits what they want. Like this is how they want to feel when they
Feel.
wear their clothes or their outfits.
Good. Nice. Please let me celebrate her. So let me explain this in the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Let me show us this number one. We'll still come back here anyway. Good. So this is an example. I love to use skincare as a lot of for our analogy. Now look at this one. These are the features of a skincare product targeting skin irritation or general skin issues. Are we together? Are we still together? It seems some of us cannot see it from there. Don't let me block the. Okay, so features contains aloe vera and some other extract. A lot of fixtures there, biochemistry fixtures. Anyway, the benefits: soothe irritated skin and provide instant relief, absorb quickly, leaving the skin feeling smooth, safe for sensitive skin, reducing the risk of allergic reactions. Do we get this picture? Do we get this picture? I will show you what it means soon. So go back to that slide, please. Awesome. So you please identify those ones first. I will show you why we used to do that. Well, how we will do that. Why should someone buy it? Why should he buy it from you now? What specific customer needs does it address? Like what she said. What exactly is what? Now, please, all of these things are what we'll be able to use to do a practical stuff, then just put them in a note. This is very important. Trust me, it's very important. You cannot believe that there was a time I did an advanced course, and this was the major emphasis. If you don't understand customers, that's when you start losing the money even before you start. If you don't understand people you want to reach out to, you have lost the entire process, please. So what differentiates me from my competitors? So let's go now. Next slide. Next slide, next slide. Good. So understanding your customer. And still next slide. Okay, so I want to now start doing that one after the. Please don't assume you know this. Don't say demography. I know demography now. I know. Please just pay attention. Pain point, goals and aspiration, then interest. Pain point, goals and aspiration, then interest. Do you know that one of the major pain points of business owners that I've currently related with is actually their pain point now is that most of them, especially people outside, they have a business, but most of the business, it looks like they are running a traditional marketing. Do you remember the definition the other time? It looks like all of the customers coming are raised from them. So if this falls to your category, you already know. You already know what it means, yes or no. So if you are here, your customer is just coming from you alone, trust me, your name might be modern, but it's traditional, trust me, it's traditional. So I discovered that most of the problem they have is that their customers are actually coming from them, and that's a lot from their own end. That's what they lament. It was after I spoke with some people, I discovered that, okay, I think this thing is a common struggle. So what I did is I crafted a message to address that point. When you see that, you will know I'm speaking to you. Yes or no? Yes or no? So that's why it's good to understand, know their pain point. Of course, I will teach how to do this, please. So just calm down. Goals and aspiration, then their interest. What exactly do they have interest in? What do they like to do? Especially people in fashion design. What do you think those kind of people like to do? What's their pain point? What's their problem? It is your goal is to match all of these things together to what you are selling. That's your goal. It is your goal to find that your product, then you match it together with the things that you have seen here. When you have done your research so well, your major goal is that you take those things one after the other, then you join them together with the product or the services you offer. Are we still together? So next slide, let me show you an example of what I was saying the other time. Good. So let's say, no, it's still the one, it's the one. It's the one, thank you. Okay, so I decided to write this for myself. After I've done those research, let's say there's with skin irritation or general skin issue. So this is the mistake that some of us will make. You focus on the fixtures. So let's have, of course, nobody has a problem here. I know that, but let's just give an instance. So I'm talking, okay, so that we will not be offended. Let me just use one of our team. So let me just have someone on the pulpit. I say pulpit, someone on the podium, please, as fast as possible. So I want to assume that she has this skin, whatever. So this is what the mistake we do. Thank you so much, sir. Why is it brother that you brought? It's only sister. It's okay. Just come, sir. Welcome, sir. You can stand with me there. So let's say he's having some little issues with his skin. I think I have that last year. So then just two people comes into the building and say, hey, I'd love to introduce you to our skincare product. It's made with aloe vera. Some people, that's how they dance when they are doing their presentation, right? And in fact, I can't even pronounce the ingredients. It's okay, let's just keep it. 100% natural, dermatologically tested, and it comes with a 50 ml tube. I mean, you are talking to a customer. You are using biochemical terms. And that's what a lot of people do online. And the cream is not greasy, absorbs quickly, and has a pleasant. It is well. Who told you I didn't know how to pronounce? Don't bring your own here. So, but after he's done with the fixtures, so this is some set of category of people who skip those initial things that I've shown you, believing that it does not matter. Say it is not even about that. So when they stay with fixtures, then they move to benefit. Now look at these other instances. Hi, I notice your skin irritation and constant scratching. It feels uncomfortable and frustrating, and I feel I love to give you some relief. When I see this kind of thing online, in fact, that was what I began to search for when I had that issue. So the person continues, let's say it's an hard. I'm giving an instance if it's an hard. This person has not even spoken about you buying a cream. We have a product called this, and it's specifically formulated to calm irritated skin and reduce the urge of scratching. And it puts the content and redness and inflammation almost, while the shea butter deeply moisturizes your skin to prevent further dryness or itching. Let's just go to the last place. Would you like me to show a sample with you so you can experience the relief yourself? It's not, it's 2,000. Will you buy it now? Come and buy it now. It leaves him or her with a question. Are we together? Definitely, of course, this should convince you, sir, than the pictures. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. You can go, sir. These are the technical aspect of business. So your goal, I don't want you to forget this principle. In economics, we have needs. Yes or no? Which other thing? Want. God bless you. Which other thing? Don't worry, this one is okay. All right, so what are needs? Look at me. What are needs? What are needs now? Okay, someone wants to talk to the mic. Who wants to give us definition of needs? Needs. Needs now. Someone is raising up a hand. Thank you. God bless you.
Needs are essential things one cannot do without.
God bless you. Essential things that you cannot do without. Who can tell me what is want? Who can define want? Want. So please give anybody if they are not raising up their hand. Okay, this sister again is. Okay, so from the back, thank you very much.
Wants are things you want them, like you want to have them, but you can just overlook them, like they are not important at the moment.
Awesome. They are not important at the moment. I love that language. Your goal as a business owner is that you want to move your service. How many of us have this issue before and say, don't worry, I will call you back. I will get back to you. That's a professional way of telling business owners that they don't want to disgrace you. You know, they can tell you and say, please don't, I have family problem at this time. I don't think this is the best thing for me now. Just go. Please just use the door. There's some rude people that can do that, but if people who does not want to do that, we will say it in an appropriate way. Don't worry, we will get back to you. Once you hear we will get back to you, you already know the answer. Yes or no? Your goal is that you want to move your product and your services many times are always around this side. Are we together? They need the product, but it is not something important to them at that time. And the reason is because they don't know. So what makes people to buy instantly is that you want to move your product from wants to where? To needs. Did you get that analogy? I hope let it sink. Your goal is that you want to move your product from their want into their what? Into their needs. The best way to do this is that you write your marketing message. If it is one-on-one, if it is a call, if it is ads, whatever, what you want to do, the best way to do this is that you look for the benefit of the product, not the features, combine it to their pain point. Trust me, this will always, it's a magic. Combine the benefit of what you are selling to the pain point of what the customer is going through. And it will move them into their heart. So in other words, you don't want to sell to them anymore. You want to sell the services to them. You want to sell a solution to them. Are we together? Are we together? Do we understand that? Do we understand that? So you want to look for the benefit, please. I'll show us how we can do that. Practical ways. But trust me, that's the best way to move a customer from want into need. So that you will not stress yourself too much. I mean, you don't need a lot of issues. You talk today, talk tomorrow, and say, come back next year. Come back tomorrow means come back next year. For you to go and do better. And at the end of the day, most of those customers will never buy. Please don't talk about your fixtures again. Tell your friend, don't talk about fixtures. Don't talk about fixtures. Talk about the benefit. Talk about the benefit. Nobody cares with what the benefit of nobody cares where your product is coming from. They only care about what the benefit can. I mean, the reason why most of us came for this conference is because you look for the benefit of what this conference will do to us. Yes or no? So your first assignment in this way is that you want to start doing that. Are we together? So let's start. How to research. I think I have 40 minutes thereabout. Oh my God. Jesus. I don't want them to send me away from here. So let me do that as fast as possible. Okay, so next slide. And you see, what we're about to start checking now will require a lot of work. It will require a lot of work. So someone should read the number 1 for me. I said we should read it now. I'm not hearing us, so yeah. I cannot hear also. Angle is not, please don't talk again, okay? So, this department, please, okay, we cannot see it. Oh, so we are pardoned. Don't worry, we'll send the slide to the group. So, we want to look for the dream buyers and we want to search for them. There was a time I discovered that most of my clients should, because I just feel that some pricing should not be the same again. So I look for the people who can actually buy those kind of products. And I found one of them, I don't want to mention the name, please, but it's a public person. Everybody will definitely have that as a buyer personnel. You know what I did? I went to YouTube to go and look for personal interviews. I scroll to their social media platforms to go and check their old posts to find their pain points. Do you know that if you are called for interviews, sir, I've been noticing your attention, sir. Well, we'll definitely talk after the meeting. So there are times that if I'm being called to an interview now, and of course, a lot of things have been saying here already shows the things that I started with, the problems that I have, and a lot of things that way. That's what I do sometimes, even if I want to go for a conference, to know what people have really faced and just target them back. So I went for their interviews to listen to their personal life. What was the problem they faced at a time? What was the issues that they had growing up? What was the problem when they wanted to scale through? And I paid attention to those things in details. That's what it means to be strategic, and that's my work, marketing strategist. I decided, you see, my work is very simple. I decided can be strong but quite simple. I take note of all of those things one after the other. One after the other. And same thing, some of us know Quora, Reddit, and some media platform. Do you know, there was a time I wanted to run a campaign rather, on, I can't remember this product now. Okay, I was targeting people that wants to maybe starting business, and I discovered that most of what people are already having problems with is how to succeed in business without trying. God, I beg you. How to succeed in business without trying. I said, what kind of thing is this? I went to my second tool. I searched for that. I still found, I mean, it was practically what was leading at that month. A lot of people are looking for how to succeed in business without putting a lot of effort. Are you people joking? I already know that, okay, so this is what people are currently looking for. Those people that want to take data marketing training, they're actually looking for how to succeed in business without trying. You know what I did? I got some couple of them like that. There was a lot of them. So what I did was that I come up with don't forget the formula I gave us. I took that benefit, the benefit of my product, I attached it to their pain point. Then I wrote a message for them so that they will know that, okay, these are the set of people that I'm actually talking to. Are we together? I remember one time when I started at this my current company, we wanted to run a campaign, so I came up with a content, and that content started with that my first slide. Don't bother to turn there, please. Don't worry. Well, I was talking about how businesses fail. Businesses fail in their first 10 years, and I gave the reasons why. I said, these are the reasons, these are the reasons, these are the reasons why. Maybe I will send that message to us on the group. And you cannot imagine, you will not believe a lot of leads that we begin to get just on that content. People began to message, say a lot of things, but wow, you're speaking to us, you do this, you did that, and that was how we were able to enter into them. Are we together? So the best way for us to do that is that you want to get the benefit, join with a pain point, together with their needs. And one of the first places that you must get that is that you want to look for people that you need. Start focusing on their interviews, share chorus, platforms like this. And sometimes, in case God has blessed you enough, you can just use this to answer the public. It's a paid tool. What this tool does for us is that many of the things that people are searching per day, it helps you to break them down into smaller pieces. Breaks them down into. How many of us runs hard here? Let me see our hand. Ads, Facebook ads, Google ads, Instagram. Anybody? You, sir, raise it up very well. Thank you, sir. Any other person? Nobody? Wow, nice, nice. It's fine. But we've heard about ads before, but you know there is a lot of money that goes into ad. Yes or no? Yes or no? Say some people inside talk. You come and meet me here soon, don't worry. You tell us what, what you are saying. The person knows himself. So, what sometimes, in order for us not to waste money on ads, especially if you want to advance your business, they're already looking at my, okay. In order for you to advance more in the business, you don't want to waste a lot of money. You want to get those things right, one after the other, so that you'll be able to direct it to them. So answer the public, trust me, can do that. But if you don't have answer the public, those ones also can be very good. But I have one that I'm going to give as a takeaway for us today, which has, please, this time, this thing needs to work because I need to show them now. So if you notice, I said AI prompting. So please, let's do that AI prompting. Please don't bother to write it down. I will send it to us. I will send it to us. Once you are on the group, good. Now, this stuff, I will show you what I've been able to use it to do so that you know that it's not just cunningly devised fables. And please, make sure you don't replace, you know, there's a way in Nigeria, there's a way we love shortcuts. Say, okay, why did you now go through, why did you now stress us to go through all of that when there is something cool? Please, don't, of course, this is very powerful, but please don't, you have to do those hard works too. Are we together? Are we together? So you want to use ChatGPT. I need you to know that technology has become more, I mean, it's a lot for us, trust me. So there was a time that people were thinking if this guy would take a lot of works from some people, but it's not true. It's definitely not true. It will only advance the work. So I got this from a course anyway, a long-term course, and I had to restructure them. So what I do sometimes, in order for me to, let's say I want to do a marketing strategy. What does marketing strategy mean? A marketing strategy means the exact roadmap to take a client to buy what I am selling. So what I do is that I will define the features of the product, define the benefit, define the pain point, that's what we call market research, or whatever we are calling the names. So what I do, look at this, act as a data marketing expert, please provide a comprehensive breakdown of features. Don't ever forget that. And the benefit. Is it this first one? Thank you for zooming in. I'm coming. Okay, yes, it's the one. So what you do is that you remove this product, then you put what you are selling. Then you put it into the ChatGPT, scroll up. After he has gotten the answers, you go to the next one. That same slide. You go next, act as a data marketing expert, please provide a marketing, selling, so. This will give a pain point. It will explain the pain points to you, give what people are having currently. When you do this, you scroll up again, scroll up. After you have gotten this, please update the target audience personnel and aim towards. Now, when you do this, I'll show you now. When you do this, it brings a lot of leads for you. It tells you people, this certain set of people that you can target for your product. Are we together? This is just an additional stuff, but it will really, it's a lot. So what you do is that you update the target audience personnel and aim it to a particular niche. Just pick one of the niches from here, then put it here, then you click on send. When you send that, it will give a detailed information about some certain set of people. Are we together? Good. After you have done that, now what you want to do is that you want to summarize. Now, because a lot of us might not really have a lot of money to get some tools, those tools are very, very, very expensive. But you see, this is what you can do. For your competitors, you want to look for, let's say for a fashion brand, you want to look for some top people in fashion that they've done a lot of work. This thing is, they've done a lot of work. So what you want to do is that look for what people is saying about them. Now, there are many ways to do that. A lot of people use Google My Business for reviews. You cannot imagine that most of the things I'm saying, they are just basic. And it's because we don't get the basics sometimes, things can just change. Some of them use Trusted Pilot for review. Some of them use Google My Business. Some of them use their website. Some of them use the Google Apps, the Google App Store. Your goal is to go and copy. You see, it's a lot of work. Just because you want to convince someone. Your goal is to copy those reviews one after the other. Did you hear what I said? Do you hear what I said? The only reason why you can skip this process is if you already have enough money to pay for market research. And I don't mean copy and paste quality ones that they will collect quite a number of money from you. But it's good to also know it by yourself. It's not a problem. So take those competitive analysis, what people are saying positive, what people are saying negative, just copy them from their website, then put it in one side. Do it for like 3 to 4 brands. You just want to be informed of what the problem is. Are we together? Are we still together? My time is almost up. So you tell the ChatGPT to summarize competitors' review into pros and cons list. Tell him to review it into list of pros and cons. In other words, advantage and disadvantage. Finally, give me a suggestion on how I may improve based on these feedbacks. After you have done that, it brings the solution to you. Don't worry, I'll send a slide that there's step by step to do that, because I know I might not be able to do that because of my time. Then the last one is act as a data marketing expert, summarize the following list into constructive feedbacks that I can use for a data marketing strategy. Now, this is what I did I've done this for a lot of people anyway. But let me show you the last person I did it for. So please, that slide. No, not this one. Not this one, not this one. Is it with you? Awesome. Please let me zoom it. Now this business, Library Sexy. Please, that should not mean anything. I'm not. This brand focus on SPA. We know SPA now. We know that, but do we know the kind of brand that does treatment for facial expression? I say facial expression, face treatment, washing, and all of that. Scroll up. I want to show us, and this. I feel the reason why this person used this name is because the business is not based in Nigeria, it's based in the United States. So scroll up. So wait, now this is what a strong proposal looks like. You see, I have to focus on the key benefit and the features, and that's what that prompting will do for you. Scroll up. So key benefit, I began to talk about it one after the other. Scroll up, just take it up. So I'm talking about the benefit. Keep going. Key features. Did you see that now? That's why I made it the second, because it really does not even make any sense. But just for your proposal to be complete, in case the customer needs you to present a proposal, you have to include the features into it. Take it up as fast as possible. Target audience for library sec. Do you know why I used to go in this? And that's what I'll be showing you in my next session. There are times when I want to run ads, because I don't want to waste money, spent a lot of money on that anyway, is because I want to just focus on the people that I want. the people that I want. So I have to pay attention to define them well. That's why it's called target audience for this complaint. So scroll up now. And that's where you have the demography. All of this will be done for AI with the prompting I'm about to give. Scroll up a bit. There's a place I'm going. Go back. So you discover that this weight, of course, is not in Nigeria. That's why I had to do it. If it is a Nigerian based, there's also a way to do that. Take it up. Pain point. Go back. Yes. So let me just show us one. And we'll just leave this one. Then I'll send it to you. Time management. Many of us who understand the system of the United States or maybe outside the country, you know that this is already a problem for them because they live in slavery. That's what I believe they do because they don't have time. They don't have freedom over their time. So struggling to balance professional, personal, and social lives while maintaining a healthy self-care routine. Do you understand? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Okay, let me just read just two more. Self-care neglect, feeling overwhelmed with work. Have family over there. Some of us have family over here now. Don't be humble. We have families over there, yes or no? Sometimes you know that when you drop messages for them, it takes a lot of time for them to respond to you. It's because they have issues with time, but they don't have time. Time is always a problem. Lack of personalization, tired of generic beauty and well-being experience. And this kind of brand is actually targeting people that maybe they goes out a lot, but with little things. Are we together? Are we together? So because of my time, trust me, when I send that, it will give you full details. And if you do not understand, I will definitely find a time to explain. Maybe through a message, trust me. But I'm only saying that AI stuff is very, very powerful. You don't need too much of work. Just put it in the AI, give the question, and it will come up with this. So let's go to the original slide. Do we understand so far? Do we understand so far? Is it meeting our expectations? Is it meeting our expectations? Okay, so next slide. Next slide. So good. Now, after we have been able to do those things, now you have already know what the problem your customer is facing. You have done a lot of research. You have done many things. Then it's time for you to, a few minutes, I need to rush now. You have to structure your message to address people at different forms. Now, I personally believe that it is wrong for you to start selling at the first instance. Let's say, for example, you are selling something very expensive, for example, then you just come in and you say, come and buy so, you need to buy so, we have to sell this to you. I mean, that's the first time that person will be seeing you. It becomes a burden to them. Are we still together? Are we still together? It becomes a burden to them because they cannot definitely get what you don't know from them yet. It's not possible. So that's why it's good for us to, and that's why I've been able to come up with this. There are 3 sections of customers that you want to meet. Number 1 is the cold audience. Are we together? Are we together? Your goal to this set of people is that you want to introduce what you're doing to them without selling to. So your goal is that you introduce what you're doing, but you are not selling to them. You have no business in selling to them yet. Oh, all right. You have no business in selling to them yet. Please, let me repeat this. You have no business in selling to the first persons you meet. It is not your goal to sell to them. So what you want to do is that you want to introduce. How many of us know this brand? This brand that came so sudden. God bless you. The reason why I love these guys was because, and you see, that's why I love marketing. You can definitely know a brand in just in 3 months. Those guys did not start now. They've been around for a while. So, but you see, what makes you to know that there's a brand that is existing is, and there's another brand I would like to use. Just of recent, I began to see their ads on YouTube, and those guys are true color. How many of us have seen that? Have you seen that? Have we seen that before? Those ads, did you notice that they didn't tell you to download True Caller? Or was there anyone you saw that they told you to download True Caller? What did they do? They just shared the story. They were sharing how that protecting your family from scams, because scammers are rising these days. You want to protect them, and they showed a picture of it. Meanwhile, I hope you know that Truecaller has been in existence for a very long time. I mean, for them to start running that kind of campaign again, it makes me to have a lot of respect for them, because they don't want to go on extinction. So those guys understand the business skills that I talked about. So these two guys, if you have stayed online for a while now, these two guys are currently, for me, pay the tables on Google, Facebooks, YouTubes, and the likes. What they do to us is that they introduce themselves without wanting to sell. Business with selling. The reason why you probably want to, for example, if I tell you now that I'm selling something, the reason why a lot of people might want to buy from me is actually because of you've known me now, I've shared a lot of values for you, and you believe that this person can be trusted. Nobody comes from anywhere and say, I sell this. It makes you unprofessional. A lot of people will not even buy from you at initially. Are we together? Your first goal to your cold audience is what? Don't sell to them. You don't need to sell to them. What you want to do is that you want to create values. You see, I've spoken to a lot of people. I remember there was one of my friends who was selling this product. So I told her that time, I said, your first goal is that you want to start writing content of how people can do it by themselves. So these are the things you can do when you have a skin problem. Do this, do that, sleep well. I don't know the solution. I'm just saying randomly. Do those things one after the other, then you get the solutions. These are 5 steps in making your skin to be neat, even during harsh environment. You begin to give those things for free. What you are doing is that you are making them, you want to register them into your heart. You want to put them into your brand. You want to register your brand into their head. Are we together? Do we understand? Good. Second aspect. Of course, you can use many things to do this. Let's say you're into WhatsApp business. You can start about it. But you want to move beyond because WhatsApp business is just for conversion. I personally, of course, it's good. A lot of people see conversion on WhatsApp, but I believe that WhatsApp is just for conversion and it's also for family people. Many of people that are seeing you, except for people who get, what's the name? Gain contact. The problem I have with gain contact is that most of them are not the ideal customer. You just pick randomly. Abi now, some of us that have done that before, you just pick randomly, just join them together. At the end of the day, most of them does not even have interest in what you do. That's why it's good to do enough research to get their details by yourself. So you can put them on Instagram, you can put them on Facebook. They are running ads, it's so powerful. I'll show you just a little tip of how to do ads. And I've done a lot. You see the figures there too, so I'm definitely not lying. So, but you want to structure them, put them online. So people that likes that stuff, when they click like, or maybe when they message you, or maybe they just spend a little time reading what you have put online, then they have qualified. Their qualification moves them to warm audience? Now, a lot of them will be convinced and say, okay, this thing that you're selling, how much are you even selling it? We really want to know. Okay, this, that. So you have moved them from cold audience into warm audience. In other words, it means these guys, they already have a picture. It means the other times, have you imagined before that there are people, they've been telling you, I sell this, I do that, please don't forget me. But because you don't need the product at that time, you don't have any reason to message them, yes or no. The day the need arises, what will happen? Their brand will pop into your heart. That's what you want to do to your cold audience. Are we together? They might not need it now, but you want to register your brand into their heart. So once they start, like, that's why you go to build personal branding, so that you get into the warm audience. I've seen one person, there was one person who told me during the holiday, said, wow, most of those content I've been seeing, she really loves them. I personally don't think, well, I don't know because I really don't monitor most of them, but other people, I'm not sure if she has liked those posts before, but didn't even know that that woman has been converted from here to here. Are we together? Are we still together? Now, for your warm audience, what you want to do to them, they are trusting you, but not too much. They still have a little bit of doubt. Say, this guy, we don't know if you can even trust him now. What you do to these guys, is that you give out things to them for free. Now, this is how the psychology of humans generally happens. And that's why you're having this stuff here now. All right, thank you. So that's what you have to keep putting them into segmentation. That's why I told you initially that you want to have a long-term plan for success. So you want to start speaking to these people and start giving things out for free. Of course, for an advanced class, and you know that these are the things that people just do. You want to give things for free. This one, you want to make them to be registered in your heart. You are not giving them, in fact, you're not even giving them anything free. You are not asking nothing. You are just providing values, giving them values often and often. Then, when they start registering to your heart, most are the people that you want to start giving things to. You created a short stuff that can definitely help them. Those little things are what shift them into warm audience. Are we together? Are we still together? Then the third person, I personally call them as the hot audience. I want to ask a question. The last time you got something online, how many of us have gotten something online here before? Let's raise up our hand. Gotten some, just raise it up very well. It's not bad. I'm not seeing hands now. Okay, it's still the same person. Okay, so let me hear from my sister. Can you tell us what you got last? Or is it something personal? It's not something. Can you tell us about it? If it's something personal, it's okay. But is it? No, okay. Tell me about it.
Last time I bought something online, it was hair care product.
Hair care product. So, what's the name of that brand? Can you remember?
Tris.
Huh?
Tris.
Tris.
TRISS.
TRISS, ba?
Yes.
A skincare product, Abi? Hair care product, good. Where did you see them?
I have the person's number.
Okay.
So I've been following a post for a while. And I've been checking the reviews.
You've been checking the
Reviews. Yeah.
How long did it take you to buy the product? How long did it take you to now eventually buy the product from her?
It took me like a year actually.
I cannot hear that.
It took me a year.
If not because it's business, someone I will have said, can she script so that you can hear well? It took how many days? Is it 2 months? Yeah. But you know, the funny thing is that, thank you, man, sit down. The funny thing is that you won't know that you already something. Can you imagine that even we that we came for how to get customers? Imagine how they converted. We who want to now gain the customers now. Some of us, it takes more than 1 year. Sometimes when I want to buy something online, I will sit down, I'll check the specification. I've I'll check a lot of things. Do this, I'll do that. I really didn't trust these guys. Let me wait a bit. Especially if it is something very expensive. Yes or no? It means you must be registered into the heart. What happened to our dear sister was called and into the worm. So she put her status. Say this lady, I feel that we might want to look to what she sells. And at the end of the day, you also that you definitely convert them. Are we together? Are we together? Are we together? So as I wrap up my first session, now what I want to share in the second session is something just more practical on how now that I've told you that you should segment your audience into cold, warm, and hot. Number one is awareness. You just want them to know about it. So you start talking about what it can do to them, how they can get better with their life. All of these things are in cold audience. When you start following and liking you, they move to what? The warm audience. The warm audience, you can decide to request just little things. You can tell them that I have a class for them. I want to teach you this. I want to do that. I want to do this. I want to do that. Then finally, if they can opt in for this, then the last. This can take 1 year. It can take 6 months. It can take 3 months. It can take 1 month. Depending on how you are able to do it. So you want to structure those things just in this area. And when you're able to do that, I mean, it might take a year for you to accomplish that, but the stuff, there's another thing I need to let us know, that you don't need to fall for people who says, I don't know if some of us watch the intro videos for this program. Get rich quickly scheme. Say, do this and get the money just in few minutes. That's just it. Except you are doing forest. In fact, even in forest, you don't get. Please, if you don't have a strong standard, don't try that stuff. You know, I was talking about rejection. Says no, what will you do? Maybe you can cry, you stop again. If you put money in for, it's okay. So I said it in that video. I said, if it is not solving problem, if it is not creating value, if it is not providing products and services that eventually yields a solution, it's not a business. So if it is a business that you are planning to do, you must be patient, because even you that you are now selling something, you are not giving out. I mean, it takes a lot for you to go through those roadmap. So if you are doing that, you want to be so patient with them to go through this process. Are we together? Are we together? So my time is up, but what I will show us in that's my second session, just a few things, because sometimes it can be very difficult for you to segment these guys and say, okay, these are my code audience, and you've not met them before, but it becomes difficult for you to now identify, okay, these are warm audience, and the ways that you can. Now, you know what you have done in the first section is actually to get our messaging right. Yes or no? Yes or no? So we've gotten how to put those things in structures, write them down, how to now speak to them. And so that next session, I want to take us practically into, and definitely I have a bonus for us at the end of the next session. I know that a lot of us might not be able to wait till the end, and of course, but those of us that will be waiting, I personally feel that for you to have stayed that long enough, there's something I need to give. So, but aside from that, that next session, all of these things, one after the other, I now want to show practically how you can just take them and put it right in front of your customers. Do we understand? Do we understand? I think I have 3 minutes more. Abby? Do you have any question from the house? Anybody? Just one question. Anybody? Is there anybody with questions?
Hello.
Any question? Don't worry, don't be shy. Nobody's beating you here. There's no question. Time's going. Raise up your hand. Don't worry. There's something speaking to you. Raise it up. You see, raise it up now. You want to push the fear away. I'll help you. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine she already has a question? Let's celebrate him, please. Let's celebrate him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Marcos, and I wanted to
Your
ask...
name is?
Is Marcos. Marcos.
Oh,
M-A-R-C-O-S.
nice. It looks like Emmanuel, so maybe we are the same. It's okay,
Thanks,
no problem.
sir.
Continue.
You said that to help customers understand why they should patronize us, we are to try and fuse the benefits of our product with their
pain points.
Yes.
Good.
But what if there is nothing unique about our products?
Good.
Like, how do we find these unique selling points that I'm the only one that has this particular thing? That yes, there are all these benefits that everybody has. Like, I'm selling skincare products, she's selling skincare products, that whole thing. But what makes me special?
Awesome.
That's what I want to know.
Please let me celebrate him. Okay, so my time is up. Just 1 minute back. I believe that the speakers also, they will definitely do more justice to that. But let me just tell you something. The reason why we feel that we don't have uniqueness is because you've not done that research well. You remember that when I was giving us the questions to ask, I said that there are many reasons why people will definitely buy from you and not from other people. Do we remember? So there is nothing, of course, whatever you are selling, you are not the first person to sell them. What you want to do is that you want to do better than the other in marketing what you are doing. It is your responsibility to do most of this. Do you know that, and permit me to say this backdrop you see here, I have a lot of vision statements. They changes with time. The more I advance, I mean, we had to print this last year. By the time I go for a retreat, both spiritual and business retreat, I've been able to come up with something more unique again to communicate my values. And guess what the new thing is? It's not even as big as this. Helping businesses to bridge the gap between product and services and the right customer. Simple as ABC. Are there a lot of people that are doing it? Yes. What's now my own unique one? Very simple. Just to bridge the gap. So, sir, what makes you to come into that is that, of course, you will not stop learning, but you have to make enough research about that product. When you do enough research, you'll find your unique point, no matter what. The proof that you have not found is because you've not done the research well. And if you can definitely follow these things I've shown, you see a lot of benefit that is attached to it. And you look for a well-personalized solutions to address your customers. Do you understand? So keep up with your research. Keep researching the problems that people are having. What exactly is people having problems with that this product can actually solve? And don't be ashamed to change the vision as time goes. So you already tell people today, I'm a data marketing. Sometimes I'm a SOS parties. Sometimes I'm email marketing. I'm not ashamed to do. As I grow, my vision statement keeps changing in order for it to suit my present state. Maybe by December, I will have gotten more better option to explain my vision to my customer. As I drop the mic, one of the things you need to know is that you must be able to explain your business to a 5-year-old child, and she will understand. I think that was the assessment someone gave on LinkedIn that time. That was the assessment. You must be able to explain your product and your service to a 5-year-old child so that she can understand. So the example I gave to my audience then, so I was speaking to a 5-year-old child, you know. So I told the child, I said, have you been seeing something online? You see what you've been seeing on television, right? She said yes. So I used Indomie as an example. I said, have you been seeing this Indomie on TV?
Say yes. I said, what do you feel about it? I love it so much. What would you like? Would you like to get one now? Say yes. I said, why do you need to get it? Because I've been seeing it online. I love the way it does. I love the way it comes up. I love the arrow. I love the graphics. I love how Indomie looks like on TV. And I would like my parents to get that. And I said, that's what I do. I will help you put that Indomie in front of your parents so that your parents can buy it for you. So next session, I'll take us more deeper. Thank you so much.
A resounding round of applause for our keynote speaker. Wow, that was value packed. Can we keep clapping? Can we keep clapping? That was very precise, full of value, and actionable steps for us to move our businesses forward. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time and your sharing of your expertise. I mean, these are things that he has learned over a period of 4 years, and he has decided to share them with us to also upgrade our businesses. Can we celebrate him once again? If you have been gaining value for your time, can you just wave your hands? I just want to see with a wave of hands. If you have been gaining value for your time, oh, you can clap if you want to, if you have been gaining value for your time. Thank you so much. So while that session was ongoing, we had 2 of our panelists come in, and I would just like us to celebrate them while I recognize them. Please join me to welcome Mr. Paul Olani. Please stand for recognition. We celebrate you. We are glad to have you, and we look forward to learning from you. Can we celebrate him once again? Thank you, sir. And also, please join me to welcome Mr. Ayobami Adekunle. Can we celebrate him? Thank you for coming. We look forward to learning from you. Thank you. Please be seated, sir. So the first keynote session has come with several things for us to learn, and there are a lot of takeaways from that. For me, I think what really stood out was that we should learn to move our products from being wants to needs. Move your products from the level of wants to the needs of your prospective customers. And I want us to do something real quick before we move into the next session, a very exciting one at that. I want us to, think about what stood out for you during the event. Take some moments, go through your notes, and think about what stood out for you during the event. Now, can we bring out our phones? Everyone, bring out your phone. Bring out your phone right now. We all have a mobile device with us. I believe we should all have a mobile device with us. And here's what we are going to do. We are going to take a wide range selfie. You can make it a selfie. No, we are making a video instead. Because I saw something on our keynote speaker's status around, I think a few days ago. He said, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is worth 10,000 pictures. So now we are making a video, and we'll be saying a key phrase that I'll share with us. Now, after we make that video, we'll go online to Instagram, Facebook, post it on our stories, and use the hashtag AEB Summit 25, hashtag transform your business, and tag Akinyinka Omikunle across all platforms. Do we get that? So we are making a video, step 1. 2, we are adding what stood out for us from the first session as the caption on that video, and we are posting it on our Insta stories, on our Facebook stories. You can post it on X if you want to, and we are tagging Akinyinka Omikunle. Are we ready to do that? Are we ready to do that? Nah, remember I said energy levels, energy levels. Are we ready to do that? Are we ready to do that? We'll manage that for now. So now let's bring out our phones. Let's bring out our phones. Ensure you get a nice selfie. Ensure you get a nice view of this video. Ensure you get a really, really nice view. Because we are making memories. We are documenting this experience. Because we will refer back to this day and say, this is the day my business took a leap. Are we ready to do that? So now I would say Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit, and we'll respond with helping businesses bridge the gap. Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit, helping businesses bridge the gap. Cool. So now let's do that. Ensure you get a really wide range. Clean your camera so that it's not blur. I mean, we are quality people, and so we post quality things. So clean your camera, ensure it's not blur. If you can get a view of the entire hall, try to do that. So now, are we ready? Awesome. Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Helping businesses. Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Helping businesses bridge the gap. Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Amazing. So now let's go to Instagram, Facebook, and let's post that. Tag it with what stood out for you in the previous session, and we'll look forward to seeing from you. We'll look at people that actually posted this thing, and who knows, I might have a gift for them. Thank you very much, everyone. So yes, now we're moving to a networking session, and in this session, I want you to be strategic about your approach. We have learned so many things, and we are supposed to build meaningful connections that will help us thrive with the knowledge that we now have. You know, information is the currency of the new age, and that information, you get access to it by the people that you meet, the people that you interact with. So this networking session is going to be for just 10 minutes. However, we have a goal to meet at least 2 persons, 2 solid connections that you will move forward with even after the summit. So you have to meet 2 persons at least in 10 minutes. In fact, let's make it, let's top it off. 5 minutes is more than enough to pitch to someone, right? 5 minutes is more than enough to make your impression. So let's meet 3 persons in 10 minutes, and our time starts now. Ensure to use this time wisely. Ensure to connect strategically. We have 10 minutes to do this, and have a wonderful time while at it. I can see some persons just sitting down without meeting anybody. Let me make this easier for you. Look for someone that is in the same field as yourself. Look for someone in the same field as yourself. Look for someone that is in the same level of business experience as you or more than you, and kick off the conversation from there. At this point, you should not be on your seat if you have not met anybody yet. Do not be on your seat if you have not met anybody. Do not be on your seat if you have not met anybody. Nobody even wants to meet me. Can you imagine? You have been hearing my sweet voice this morning. You should not be on your seat if you have not met anybody. We have 7 more minutes. By now, you should have met one person. By now, you should have met at least one person. Talk to them, get their contacts, get their business handles. Speak about how you can collaborate. Speak about how you can collaborate. Speak about how you can solve a problem for their business. Speak about how you can be helpful to them or even position them to find their customers. By now, you should have met at least one person. I would invite one of us to the stage to share who they met, what they know about them, and how they are looking forward to advance the relationship that they have made. So we have 5 more minutes to do that. 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes. By now you should have met 2 persons, at least 2 persons. Let me also look for someone to meet. Sorry. I hope you got your shot. Agency, real estate, right?
I don't know what you are.
Oh, you don't want to? You really do?
I know.
Okay, don't worry. Hotel. Questions, career advancement, professional advancement. I can provide sustainable development. So that's creativity and ensure we have 3 more minutes. Are you trying to come? 3 more minutes. And this amazing opportunity is going by. Trust me, you don't want to miss the chance to meet the several amazing persons in this room. Hi. Provide joy, energy, and ensure a proper flow of events. Current 21st century. Okay, that's 081 Thank you. We have 1 more minute. Welcome, sir. We have 1 more minute to do this. Exchange contacts, exchange business handles, share what you do, share how you can collaborate with the person you are speaking with, share why they should buy from you, why they should direct people to you, share why you are valuable to them, why you are a valuable addition to them. We have 1 more minute to do this. Trust me, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. right, so by this time, we should move back to our seats. Let's move back to our seats. Networking session is over. Like I said, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. And I just want to invite one person to share with me who they met and what they know about the person. One person will share who they met and what they... Networking session is over. I want one person to share who they met and what they know about the person. Okay, let me pick from this side of the hall. Hi, yes, you are the one. Please come forward quickly. In a minute, tell us who you met and what you know about the person. Can we celebrate her as she moves forward?
All right, good afternoon. All right, so I met with Emmanuel. Yes, he said he's a digital marketer. And he told me that I need to run ads. And I think that is like a good advice coming from him. So I'm going to put that into practice by running ads. And he said I should learn how to run ads by myself so that I wouldn't have to be paying all the time. And then I'll have to like teach others too. All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. So what do you do? Let's know you as well. She met Emmanuel.
All right, I'm a perfume vendor. I sell perfumes. I sell home aromatics and oils. So that's what I do.
Trust me, she smells like she sells perfumes. Really nice to meet you. Can we celebrate her once again? I believe that we have met several amazing persons through that short networking period. And I also want to believe that we have made the video posts on Instagram and Facebook. If you have done that, can you wave your hands? If you have posted that video with something that you learned, don't tell me nobody has done that yet. Nobody has done that yet. My gift is going. Okay, let me share what my gift will be. No, I'm not going to share because when I share now, you have a base to do what you're supposed to do. So let us ensure to post that video with the hashtag AEB Summit 25 and tag Akinyinka Omikunle. And you could also share your key takeaways from the session so far. The team has put in a lot to achieving this event, and the least we could do is to share what we have gained from it. And we are also using that to build our professional footprint, build your professional, there's this word I'm trying to remember. Appearance, yeah, thank you. You are trying to build your professional appearance on all these platforms as someone invested in your growth and invested in your business. So right now, I want us to welcome some of the partner brands that have collaborated with us to ensure that we have this event. But shortly before we do that, please join me to welcome one of our panelists that also came in while the networking session was ongoing. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to celebrate Mr. Abayomi Perez Okekunle. No, we are just recognizing you. So a round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much, sir, for coming around. So at this time, I would like to invite JB Creatives for their short presentation. They are one of the partnering brands for the Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Join me to welcome Ms. Lois Akimbowale. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to appreciate the organizers for this event, and most especially Mr. Akinyinka Emmanuel for this great opportunity. Okay, my name is Lois Akimbowale. I'm from JB Creatives, and I'm here to introduce you to what JB Creatives is all about. What do we do at JB Creatives? At JB Creatives, we believe that every business has a unique story to tell. Our mission is to help you tell that story through creative and innovative solutions. We're a team of passionate creatives which specialize in brand photography, video content creation, and social media management. Our goal is to help businesses like yours to stand out in the crowded marketplace and connect with your audience in a meaningful way through captivating visuals. We are not just creatives, we are strategic thinkers who believe in the power of storytelling to drive business success. It's no longer a news to us that it's essential for every brand owners to push themselves out there to reach a larger audience through social media. We are here to help you create captivating visuals for your brand while you focus on your products and services. You can connect with us on our social media handles at JB Creatives on Instagram and Facebook to learn more about what we do. So if you are looking for a partner to help you elevate your brand and connect with your audience, we'd love to collaborate with you and make the vision possible. Thank you for your time.
Please, can we keep the applause coming louder? Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's JB Creatives. Please follow them online. They are ready to position your brand for impact through storytelling. Can we celebrate them once again? Thank you very much for partnering with the Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. The next brand I would like us to recognize is Flexstore, and their representative is Mr. Ibukunoluwa Ojo. Please, can we celebrate him as he comes up stage to talk about Flexstore? Thank you for partnering with us. We are glad to have you here. Another round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I really want to appreciate the organizer of the program and for giving me this opportunity to introduce my brand. So, Flexstore is a two-arm type of business. Number one, we are market research consulting firm. So we help startup businesses, existing businesses to understand their market with valuable and in-depth market analytical report. So as a market analyst myself, with my team, we will help you because most of us here, we are business owners and some aspiring business owners too. So we help you to understand your market with in-depth market research report. So the second arm of Flexstore is Flexstore Hub. So at Flexstore Hub, we are freelancing training platforms. So we teach tech individuals how to market themselves on freelancing platforms. For example, Upwork, Fiverr, and the likes. So if you are here, you are a web developer, digital marketer, like the host, and some other skills like that. For example, market analyst myself, you can partner with us, come to us, and we teach you how to market yourself on the freelancing platforms. Then you start earning. We raise African youth that are financially stable. So that's what we do. Then you can get across to us at our flexstarehub@gmail.com or on our LinkedIn, you find Flexstore. Thank you.
Another round of applause for him, please. Flexstore is a market research consulting firm. Wow, amazing that I remember that with the several conversations I've had in between. But yes, that really stood out for me. Reach out to them for all your market research needs. The first session spoke to how important market research is to identifying your customers, attracting them, and keeping them. So, Flexstore is your guy, like they say. Reach out to them. Can we celebrate him once again? All right, now we are moving to a very strategic part of this session. And you see, the Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit has been curated in such a way that every session is an answer to your question. Every session moves you closer to the goal that you have set for your business. And in this particular session, we would be considering how to build a sustainable business and discover the secrets to scaling your business while maintaining quality, culture, and customer satisfaction. And to lead us through this session is no other than Mr. Paul Olaniyi. Please, sir, can you rise while I read your profile? If we are celebrating him, let's do better than that. Thank you very much. Mr. Paul Olaniyi is a creative thinker and founder of Brilliant Minds Digital, a leading advertising and marketing agency, and he has worked with global brands and trained over 100 individuals in graphics design and digital marketing. Previously, Paul was the brand communication manager at Mount Olive Group of Companies, where he drove brand growth through storytelling and design. Mr. Paul is passionate about empowering others and nurturing men who excel spiritually, academically, and intellectually. He is dedicated to helping people become the best version of themselves and making the world a better place. With a resounding round of applause, can we make welcome to the stage Mr. Paul Olaniyi. Thank you very much, sir. We are pleased to have you. Let's keep celebrating him till he makes his way to the stage to teach us how to build a sustainable business. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm excited. I'm excited to be here, and I believe we are excited too. I'm not the stage person. I love my audience to be very excited in my session, and I want you to communicate with me. Are we good with that? I want you to communicate with me. I want you to feel at home. Yeah, I was once a student of Lautech Pure and Applied Physics department, and I remember. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Physics department can be very not difficult because I remember physics was my very best subject right from secondary school. But, you know, being in school and running a business can be very hard. So if you are a student here and you own a business or you're planning to start one, can you wave your hand? Wow, we have quite a number. Please, can you celebrate them? It's not easy. Yeah, so I will start with a story of my business, Brilliant Minds Digital. Brilliant Minds Digital started as a private tutorial, one-on-one private tutorial, and I remember then it was Brilliant Minds International, you know. It's good to dream big. And those are some of the errors I think I started with. Yeah, so my number one tip for you would be that you should think large, but at the same time, plan to start small. I remember Brilliant Minds International, my focus, my goal was to become a global brand. I wanted to become an educational brand, teach people, educate them, give them educational resources and all of that. But then I started, my unique selling point was one-on-one tutorial. When I was in school, there was Don Mike. I don't know if Don Mike is still existing in Lautech. And there was, let me try and remember his name, this guy, Jan David. Yeah, Jan David was my level mate. I remember he taught us how to use calculator for mathematics. I believe he's still existing too. And there's this one other guy. Can you help me with those tutorial names? Zenith, but it's not Zenith, I want to remember. There's this fair guy. All proud, thank you. That guy usually comes to our hall in 100 level, you know, to do all those jamboree for us. Marketing, very important, and I was very attracted towards him because of the way he speaks. You know, he's so fluent, bold, comes on the stage. My name is so proud, I do this and that. I never knew starting my business as a tutorial brand wasn't the best thing for me. Why? Because that was not my strength, teaching. My strength, even though it was teaching, my strength was in teaching people practical skills. Are we together? Yeah, I know I love to teach, but then I'm not a fan of academics, sincerely, though I had a ball, and it's good. It's good that you do all those things, but I love more of practicals than theory. So, by the way, but I call them nonsense. I remember I wrote none and what? Sense. So it means there is sense in what? Understand my context. There is sense in what? Yeah. So because to a lot of people, fuelless generator was nonsense. A generator that does not use anything. Like, even water, I said, no, it's not going to use anything. And I remember a lot of people discouraged me then because they feel it was nonsense, yet there was sense in it. But my point is this. When you want to build a business, you need to first identify your strength. My strength, again, was not teaching theoretical stuff like physics, mathematics, chemistry. It was teaching practical stuff. All right? So I needed, at a point in my business, when I started the tutorial, I had some students registered, about 5 of them or 6 of them, and then I was having a declination in numbers. So I was wondering what was going on. I remember I did a lot of marketing. Marketing is good. They will come here and tell you a lot of things about marketing very soon. I'm sure my brother and my friend, Akinyinka Emmanuel, please help me celebrate him. I love him so much because I love people that they are focused and they love to chase after their goals. He's one of them. He learned digital marketing from me at the scratch level while I was in school. And I remember telling him, you just have to be resilient and focused. He wanted to go into freelancing. I tell you can build a business from this thing. And I'm happy today that I'm here in this event. My student, about 3 years ago, is organizing an event. I'm so excited about that. So let me continue my story, right? I was experiencing declination in numbers. So I needed to re-strategize. One very important thing in building a sustainable business is the ability to evolve. You can write that down. One of the very important things in building a scalable business is the ability to what? Don't be too dogmatic. Don't stick to just one very important thing. Don't think to one very important thing and then you don't want to change. Learn to improvise. When I noticed the declination, I quickly, retrieved myself back and then re-strategized. And then I discovered what I was doing wrong was what I was not utilizing my strength. So I changed Brilliant Mind International to Brilliant Mind Digital at the year 2020. And I started teaching people skills, soft skills, like graphic design. Some of the skills I had then was graphic design, digital marketing. And I've been in the field of digital marketing for more than 5 years now. And in my experience as a business owner and also as a digital marketer, I've worked with several brands. In fact, I'm surprised that my brand is doing so well today because I feel for me, my business plan was a 10 years plan. And what I wrote in my business plan then, I already have it now. In just 4 years, I already have some of them now. A 10 years business plan. So it means when you are doing the right thing at the right time, you will get a good result. Now, number 2 point is that business is spiritual. I know I have a very limited time, so I might not be able to share too much of things with you. But I just want to mention these 2 things. Please and please, I don't know how to beg you. Take all these things serious. What I'm about to share with you is powerful. Business is spiritual. Don't always see your business as there are strategies and tips you can do. Oh my God, I suffered. Okay, I remember going to all the secondary schools in Ogbomoso with a proposal. Then I started a music school with my friend while I was on campus also. I did a lot of things while I was on campus. I started a music school with my friend and we went to all the secondary schools in Ogbomoso. I mean, almost all the secondary schools in Ogbomoso in a day. We spent a lot of money on the bike going around. Submitted proposals that we wanted to start teaching those students music. None of the schools we went to reached out to us. It was a what? Wasted effort. And I know that was one of the very basic challenges every business owner face. When you start your business, you face challenges. When you put your effort into something, you're not getting results. It's because you are doing the wrong thing at the right time or the right thing at the wrong time. So in the scripture, it says we should redeem time. Redeeming time means you should be wise to do the right thing at the right time. And the only thing that can help you to achieve that is by fellowshipping with God to know what to do. So while I was on my retreat, before I changed my brand to Brilliant Mind Digital, I also received an instruction from God. Do it this way, do it this way, do it this way. That is when my business started taking a turnaround. The same way you treat your life. A lot of you here have your personal purpose. I want to become this. God told me this. Treat your business the same way. What is God telling you about your business? You see, you will keep wasting your effort if God is not involved. It will be very smooth and easy when you have God by your side. Am I saying something? It will be very smooth and easy when you have God by your side. You will not run hard. People will reach out to you. You'll be wondering where are they coming from. I've worked with several people from outside Nigeria, and all of these persons I'm talking about, I didn't know them. I didn't even know how they got my number. I would just see a message, Pam, someone told me you can do this. Yes, I can. And then they pay me, and I get their job delivered. Now, another very important thing is quality. And I think that's one of the very important things I was given to talk about. Quality. Be a lover of excellence. It will be difficult to retain customers if you are not excellent. It will be what? Difficult. That's why you need to put all of your time into brainstorming and development. Personal development, business development skills. You need to learn all of these things. You are starting your business. You don't need a lot of people to start together with you. You are the business owner, you are the manager, you are the finance officer, you are the human resource manager. You do everything, and you have to learn all of those things. That's why it looks as if business owners are all-round people. They know a lot of things about a lot of things. It's because when they started the business, they invested their time into a lot of learning. If I ask you some questions now, you won't be able to answer because you are limited in knowledge. And any limitation you have in knowledge will affect your business. So be a lover of research and learn. Keep learning until you are overfull. I don't even think you can be too full of knowledge. Keep learning. As I'm standing in front of you, I'm learning about agricultural sector. I learned about food sector. I learn every day about different people, watch different interviews. Don't waste your time. No, I know a lot of people want to post on WhatsApp. You'll be limited if you don't know how to innovate. And you can't innovate if you don't have information at your disposal. Let me tell you how your mind works. Your mind is like a space for expansion. Does any of you know about gas expansion or particle interaction? I don't. They taught everybody in 100 level, unless you don't have anybody that passed through 100 level here. Charles' law, Boyle's law, all of those things. They tell you that there is gas law where particles collide with each other with the wall of the container. Abi now. That's the same way your mind works. Your thoughts collide with each other and with the wall of your mind. So every thought that comes to your mind can spark up a new line of thought. So you are just going on the road, and then you see a bed. That bed can spark up a thought in your mind if it collides with another existing thought. And then that line of thought, if you stay on it and focus on it, it begins to develop into more, you have more branches of thought, and it develops into more beautiful, organized thought that can even become a solution. And that's how you innovate. So I innovate almost every time. So when you send me a challenge or a problem you want me to solve, probably you tell me the problem of your business, this is what the challenges you're facing, this, how can you solve it? The first thing I do is look around me. Everything around me can become a solution for that problem. Now, I have a theory I call the all-in-all principle. I will end it here. The all-in-all principle, it's an equation, so let me give you the equation. You can write it down. It will help you. In fact, you won't see this one on Google. What I'm about to share with you, you might not find it on Google. AI might not tell you. It's my own. And I'm sharing with you. All right. So we have One in all plus all in one equals all in all. You can write that down. One in all plus all in one equals all in all. So it means in one thing, anything at all, look at the hair, look at the water, anything you want to mention, even if it's your name, everything around you contains everything in the world. If only you have enough time to think, to see it. So I know a lot of people, I think someone asked the question, I don't know, how do I know my unique selling point? Your unique selling point is right there beside you. It's not something far. So you are selling clothes. Okay, I think my time is up and I need to round up now. Thank you very much. So you are selling clothes and you have a lot of clothes sellers around. You want to get a unique selling point. You just need to sit down and think. Look around you. If it is the sand you are seeing, the sand can become a solution that no one in the world is doing. You can get something from the sand, sand, that you can remodel to a business structure for yourself in selling clothes, and no one in the world would be practicing, or don't let me exaggerate, no one in your community will be practicing that same thing. And it will become so unique for you that it will make you stand out in the marketplace. Are we together? So your ability to innovate and your ability to be consistent, you can write this down. Your ability to innovate and your ability to be consistent is what helps you to build a scalable business. By the way, there are challenges you are going to face, and you must be ready to face them. Do you get that? There are challenges you will face, and you must be ready to face them. I believe in the panel session, we are going to share more about some of these things, and I'm excited. I'm really excited, and I'm hoping to share more. Thank you very much for your time.
A round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Can we celebrate him? I mean, that was power-packed, that was value-packed in such a short period of time. Recognize your strengths, evolve, be excellent at what you do, innovate consistently to build a sustainable business. Can we celebrate Mr. Paul once again? Thank you very much for that, sir. You see, these sessions are lightning talks, and they are talks that will bring you to action, and we are summarizing them all and bringing them to the panel session where we will get to ask questions that we have gotten from the audience and things that are applicable to your businesses. So please enjoy these sessions and look forward to the elaborate versions of them during the panel session. Now, our next speaker will be speaking to us on becoming the go-to authority in your niche and the strategies to dominate and stand out. After you build a sustainable business, you remember I spoke about the unique value proposition. Here, we will learn how to recognize your unique value proposition, and that will be done by no other than Mr. Ayobami Adekunle. Kindly rise, sir, as I read your profile. A round of applause for him, a round of applause. All right. Mr. Ayobami Adekunle is an entrepreneur at heart, passionate about building realities that enable human flourishing. He currently serves as the executive assistant to the CEO of Innovate Lab, where he contributes to its mission of transforming underserved university communities into thriving innovation hubs. While he was studying human physiology in the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ayobami started a fashion business from his room, which ended up serving hundreds of customers from within and outside the country in the space of 7 years. He also had a brief stint with freelance writing, where he served several foreign clients on different levels. He has since leveraged these skills and experiences to help over 40 small business owners improve their businesses and increase profitability. Overall, Mr. Ayobami is an avid learner, dreamer, pursuer of possibilities, and one who seeks to see transformation in all facets of life. A round of applause for Mr. Ayobami Adekunle as he comes to speak to us about becoming an authority in your sphere of influence. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ayobami Adikunle Gold. Okay, I created a slide, so I don't think it would be fair if I'm not using the slide. Do you have my slide? Okay. I'm not sure they do. Okay, this is quite interesting. So I'll just permit me to go on without the slides, yeah? So I'll be speaking on the topic, becoming the go-to authority in your niche, strategies to dominate and to stand out. Okay, could you make it smaller? Maybe do full page so you can just, press next to go to next page. Okay, it's fine. We can just go like this, yeah? Please go to the next page. Okay, makes sense. Thank you. All right, so which brand comes to mind when you need all of this? A new phone. Which brand comes to mind? Can you see it? Okay, which brand comes to mind when you need a new phone? Okay, I'll need someone to respond. Anybody who is interested? Okay, I see your hand. Do you want to speak? Okay. Let's say you want to buy a new phone now. Which brand would you go for?
iPhone.
iPhone. Good. Anybody else?
Samsung.
Samsung. Anybody else?
Redmi. I heard Redmi.
You heard Redmi. Okay, anybody else? Why is nobody saying Nokia? Or ITIL? I mean, a couple of years ago, let's say around 2015, yeah? Maybe 2012, 13, the best phone you could ever get was a Nokia, right? You guys know those Nokia now. Nokia, sorry, what did you call it? Nokia Lumia, Nokia, I've forgotten the names. I mean, it's so far back, right? And then a couple of years came. Our first introduction into Android phones are what? Techno phones, right? Then after Techno came in Infinix. But right now, do you want to use an Infinix phone? Do you want to use a Techno phone? Some of you are just whining me. Some of you here, you are using Techno phone. And some of you are using Infinix phone. Right? But if you had your way and you had all the money, right, you would most likely go for an iPhone or a Samsung phone, right? Or what? Or a Redmi phone, right? So what about a new PC? If you want a new PC, what would you go for? Okay, anybody? Let me just see hands, right? Anybody? Please, this is going to be quite interactive, so please go along. Anybody? Abba. You guys were talking just now. See, this brother is smiling. I like his glasses. Please give him the mic.
Alienware.
Sorry?
Alienware.
Alienware. This guy is sabi. Give him a round of applause. Guys in the house, we know what he's talking about, right? Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, let's find a lady. We all know what a lady wants, but let's give them the mic. A lady cannot want Alienware, for example. Any lady wants to speak. Sorry?
A
MacBook is fine, definitely, right? Okay, what about HP? Makes sense. Dell, Makes sense. Lenovo. What about Lenovo? Oh, nobody knows Lenovo. I use Lenovo. It's a very amazing PC. How about Huawei? Huawei. Who knows Huawei? Yeah, guys will know Huawei, right? Makes sense, yeah? Okay, so how about a new leather slides? Guys, if you were going to like get a new leather slides, what brands will you be thinking about? Anybody? It doesn't have to be a foreign brand, right? Nobody's saying anything. Okay, do we have a shoemaker in the house? If you make shoes or slides. Anybody? No one. Okay, let's keep that, right? How about a new kaftan clothes for guys? A new kaftan clothes. Kaftan is senator, something like what I'm wearing right now. So if you wanted to make that, which brand comes to mind, right, that you have access to? Anybody? Please say something now. Go for my hand. Sorry? Deji and Kola makes sense. That guy is a tailor, so other people who are not tailors, they will not know that. But who knows Yomi Casual? You know Yomi Casual, right? So that's one of the first brands that you think about in Nigeria, right? Abi now, for ladies, what are the brands you think about? Vicky James. If you are going to make a cloth, right, and you had all the budget to spare, who are you going to call? Probably Vicky James, right? So now, if you are a tailor in the house, can I see your hand? Don't be shy. I am a tailor. My hand is up here, right? So the question is, why is nobody mentioning your name? Okay, hold on. Why is no one mentioning your name? You are a tailor. Even your friend sitting beside you does not want to mention your name. It means that now I'm doing all of this to let you see that there is something wrong, right? It means you are not yet an authority in your niche, right? You're not yet an authority in your niche. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, so what is an authority? An authority isn't just standing out. It's about becoming the first person people think of in your niche. So basically it means that if you're an authority, if you are a photographer, right? I know Lois is a photographer, so it means that if you're thinking about if she is an authority and you are going to, do a birthday photo shoot, the first person that will come to mind is who? Lois, because she's an authority, right? So in the space of about 10 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and talk to us about, how to build brands that becomes authority. Now look at all these logos down here. Do you know any of them? That's Apple, Netflix, Toyota, Google, Nike, Samsung. Next slide. Building authority. Who knows this logo? Around late last year, maybe November, December. Okay, let me go back a few months, right? Let's say around July. If you wanted to buy, maybe you went online, Google, and you Googled something like, a backpack, right? You know that Google will give you pictures, right? The first things you will say are pictures. Now, which brand was always there before? It was always Jumia, right? All of a sudden, December last year, I was trying to get a power bank. I typed power bank, no Jumia. And I was saying Temu. Is it Temu or Timu or Temu? I don't know. I've heard so many pronunciations. But these guys did something very amazing, right? In the space of 1 week, I don't know. It was like they were not existent before, and all of a sudden, they just disappear and come to our front. And the only thing people are thinking of right now is Temu. As a matter of fact, it's something that I can brag about. I just got a couple of things from Temu. What did you get? I got earrings. But what? Earrings, qua. I just got a couple of things from Temu. What did you get? Something very funny, right? Everybody wants to get something from Temu because they are doing something amazing, right? You get from Temu, it's very cheap, and you also have that vibe of ordering something from the abroad. Temu is not a Nigerian brand. So how did they do that? It wasn't just something that just happened. Actually, I read somewhere that Temu, they have their advertisement budget is about $2 billion. About $2 billion just for advertisement and marketing. Not building their e-commerce store, not their tech not their tech stack, but just advertisement, just advertising. They spent $2 billion. Next slide. That's why they are an authority. But you are not Temu. Are you Temu? Do you have $2 billion? Sorry, do you have 2 billion naira before we go too far? So it means you can't spend that amount of money. You don't have the capital, right, to become an authority in your niche. You don't have that extensive capital. But what can you do now? And that's what I'm going to tell you. Move forward. Next slide. Somebody, can somebody read what's there? Say it out loud. Say it out loud. Personal branding. For all of us, right, who are low key, we don't have $2 billion to spend on advertisement. One thing we can do to become an authority in our niche is called personal branding. Now, personal branding is kind of like the secret, and what you don't know actually is that this personal branding is the secret source of some of the authority brands we have right now. Who is the first person there? Elon Musk. Did I hear Elon Musk? I asked a couple of ladies one time that who is that guy? They didn't know him. I was surprised. How will you not know Elon Musk? Right? So the first person there is Elon Musk. And something very interesting happened. I saw a post somewhere that Elon Musk has his follower count is more than the follower count of all of his company aggregated together. That's Tesla, Twitter, SpaceX. What's that? His solar company name? I've forgotten. He has a solar company, right? He has a school. All of his companies aggregated together, his own personal follower count is more than all of them. Same thing with Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey's follower count is more than Twitter's follower count, right? So if these people are putting effort into building their personal brand, even while they have all the money, why are you not putting effort into building your own personal brand? If you had built your personal brand, right, the first person that will come to mind when people want to get what you do would be you. If you are a tailor with a very solid personal brand, all of your friends, not even just your friends, the friend of your friends, and the friend of the friend, and the friend of the friend, and the friend of the friend of your friend would first think about you when they want to get clothes. Why? Because of your personal brand. Is somebody here with me? Who is that next person? Funke Akindele. Did you hear what she just did a couple of weeks ago? When I saw it, I was flabbergasted. I think she broke some records. I don't know. I know she broke some records. And funniest thing is that this is not the first time she's breaking records. The last one she did was I've forgotten the name of the movie. Sorry? A Tribe Called Judah. She broke some records then. Now, Jennifer, everybody loves Jennifer Ba. She broke her own record that she broke. And funny thing is that this woman, she's not spending $2 billion in advertisement. She's leveraging her own personal brand and the personal brands of all of her friends. You see Nancy Sime on Instagram. What's she advertising now? Everybody loves Jennifer. You see, what is this? My favorite female actress. Her name is it Busola? Busola, amazing woman. Busola, what's she advertising? Then who is the next person? My time is almost up. Please give me about 2 more minutes. Thank you. He ate 2 minutes out of my time. They ate 2 minutes out of my time. That's 4 minutes. Vushi Tembe Kwayo, right? His business is now global, right? And it's all because of his personal brand. The next person, who is the next person? Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs died. Do you know that Steve Jobs is dead? Do you feel that he's dead? No. Apple is still profiting from its personal brand. Next slide. Now, everybody can build a personal brand into authority in 6 months. Say 6 months. Now, this is how you do it. The first thing you do is pick a platform. WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. If you are comfortable with doing videos, pick Instagram and TikTok, right? Don't go and start with YouTube. It will take time. If you are not comfortable doing videos like me, and you know how to write very well, in short, if you don't know how to write, but you want to build your personal brand, pick LinkedIn, pick Twitter, maybe Substack, maybe Medium, Facebook. There are people there, when they see what you can do, and you are able to convince them that you are trustworthy, they'll patronize you. Next thing is what? Create content. Create content in whatever form. Writing, video, anything you can do. There is this young lady, her name is Eyinju, she sells glasses. Every time I see her every time she posts on her status, it always catches my attention. Like she shows up intentionally. A lot of people here, you post every day on your WhatsApp status, but even your mom have muted your status. Because the only thing you know how to do is post like your status is like this bead, right? Like 50 pictures with no caption, nothing. Am I supposed to slide through the 50 pictures? Sorry, I'm going to mute you. If you are going to show up well, show up intentionally, tell people what you do, convince them to patronize you. It's not just about posting pictures and this my brother said that some people just post WhatsApp status. Let's go. Okay, so the next thing is to just engage, analyze, and improve. That's what a lot of people don't do. You just post the status and you leave it there. How many of you have gone to, your customers who had asked about your price before and they didn't end up patronizing you? How many of you go back to them and do follow-up and say, why did you not patronize me? You don't do that. You don't mean business yet. Now, if you are going to look into your contact, something that you can do now, look into your contact, find 5 people who wanted to patronize you, but didn't end up patronizing you. Go and ask them why they did not patronize you. That way you have data as to why people are not patronizing you. You know what to improve about your business. That's how to build personal brand. Analyze, engage, and improve. Next slide. I think this is the last one. Now, I'm going to teach you my framework of writing, how I write, right? I don't post on social media a lot, but I write a lot. And this is how I write. I call it the CARP framework. Number 1 is capture. Number 2, assemble. Number 3, refine. Number 4, publish. What is capture? What I mean by capture is every day there are experiences. You have experiences, you have ideas that just jump into your head every day. You learn to capture them. If you don't capture them, you forget. For example, you are in this at this event right now. What have you learned? Are you making notes? From what I am saying, it is not exactly what I am saying, but what does it mean to you? How does it apply to your situation? How does it apply to your business? This last slide. So the next thing is you do what? You assemble. So when you now want to write, every day, maybe after the day, you just capture all your ideas, all your experiences. Then the next thing you want to do is gather everything, right, and assemble them. Pick one from here, pick another idea from there, pick another idea from there, assemble everything. And the next thing is to do what? Refine it, edit, make it sound convincing, make it sound beautiful, right? Like music. And then the last thing is what? Publish. Like me now, I have a lot of things I have refined. I have captured, I have assembled, I have refined. I don't publish. But if you don't publish, people will not see what you're doing. Amen. If you don't publish, you will just have a bank of very nice stuff and nobody is seeing it. Nobody would know you. Nobody would know what you're capable of. So say, I will publish. All right. So I think that will be the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. Wow, amazing stuff. Can you say, I will publish? I will publish. See that last part? Even me, I need that fire. I need to catch the fire of publishing. Who is ready to catch the fire? We should be mainly catching this fire. So amazing, amazing. What a session. This summit has changed my perspective a lot, and I believe it would have done yours too. Can we celebrate the organizers of this conference once again? Thank you so much. Now, we have moved from learning how to build a sustainable business to learning how to become an authority in your field. And he gave us a timeline of how many months to try this out. 6 months. Now, we are moving to the future of business in 2025. The future of business, the trends, the challenges, and opportunities that are available for business owners, intentional business owners like you, to explore what lies ahead for businesses and how to position yourself for success in a rapidly changing landscape, and to build a business model that will stand the test of time. And to take us through this is no other than the renowned Mr. Abayomi Perez Omikunle. Please, sir, kindly rise as I read your profile. Mr. Abayomi Perez, AP Omikunle, is a dynamic professional with 6 years of experience serving across innovation hubs, digital agencies, social enterprises, and startups. He's a co-founder of Ginergy, a climate tech startup focused on providing financing and infrastructure to help businesses transition from traditionally expensive fuel sources to more cost-effective and eco-friendly alternatives that is fit for emerging markets like Nigeria. As a startup support associate with Innovate Lab, AP supports founders in underserved university communities to nurture their innovation and drive market adaptation. As a business development associate at Kiola, AP helps to provide branding, tech, and marketing support to businesses to a global network of clients spread across 4 continents. AP's big picture is to unlock the entrepreneurial potential of Africa's university communities through venture building, best practices, and venture capital access. Above all, AP is an unfolding story of grace, beloved of God, and a broken alabaster box wasted on Jesus. Can we celebrate him? Thank you so much, sir.
I almost felt like saying hallelujah. Oh God. Good afternoon, everyone. Such a joy to be with you all. Such a joy. So Esther, I have my timer on. Don't worry, don't remind me. I will know when I'm done. Okay, such a joy to be with us today. And I almost feel like just having fun based on what AY and Paul had shared about today, but I won't because I have an assignment. Yeah? And the reason is because I could just tag along everything they have said today and just have a nice time, and everybody will learn a lot. Yeah? Africa shall be great. I said Africa shall be great. And the reason why I know that Africa shall be great is because we have young people like you and I gathering in the same place, subjecting our mind to transformation. It is true indeed that how much transformation a people can experience is dependent on the amount of transformation that they take their mind through. It is true. And the mere fact that I have, say, 100 or more people in the room who are here because of your commitment to mental transformation, you have been able to see the connection between what happens when you hear stuff and what happens in your mind after you hear stuff, yeah? And your ability to take action and see change. You understand that connection, and that's why you're here today, yeah? So I salute you guys, every one of you, and thank you for being here. Thank you for being here since morning, yeah? And I'm here with my friends. They came around. So thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, MI. Thank you, D Crown. I'm looking for MI. I don't know where she's sitting, but thank you. Yeah? So I am good. Thank you. Thank you for the hard work, the excellence, and the intentionality that you put into this. Thank you, and God bless you. Okay, where do I start from? So let's do a quick exercise. Questions that will triggers for 3 things you can begin to do after now that will change the game for you. Does that work? Good. So let's take that exercise. And I'm going to need someone. So I'm going to take a volunteer. But as I do that exercise with that volunteer, yeah, as I do that exercise with that volunteer, you can also do that exercise where you're sitting. Does that work? Good. So I need a volunteer, someone that has a business that runs. Oyin Momo, come, let me use you. Oyin Momo is my example of branding. Yeah? And like AY had said, have you noticed that of all the 4 people that AY showed on the screen for branding, do you know what Elon Musk's logo looks like? Have you seen his logo before, his personal logo? Good. Do you know what his personal colors look like? Do you know what Funke Akindele's logo looks like? Do you know what her logo looks like? I've never seen her logo before. What about Vusi? I don't know what Vusi's logo looks like. Okay, I know, I remember. I don't know what's the last person? Steve Jobs. You don't know what his logo looks like. Let me say it. Personal branding or business branding, as the case may be. Forget all the other parts, the logo. I'll speak about where they, good to see you, Joshua. I'll speak about where they all come in. But it's about showing up until people know you for just one thing. Showing up again and again and again and again and again until people know you for only one thing. And when they know you for just one thing, knowing how to get what you want from what they know about you. That's personal branding. So I know that Oyin Momo, I know what she does because Oyin Momo always shows up. If I go on her status now, I know what to be there. She'll be talking about hair or what's that, scrunchies. See, I didn't know about this thing, but I know about it because of her. Yeah? So the next time you're thinking about, I want to buy scrunchies, the first 3 people that come to mind is her. You can't but have her there. You see that, yeah? So whenever you hear the name AP, the name AP has become synonymous to wisdom, yeah? And the reason for that is because I consistently, when I sat down with Paul, I just wanted to share wisdom. I wanted to share wisdom with Dikram. I want to share wisdom. You see that, yeah? So you keep showing up consistently until people begin to know you only for one thing. And whenever they think about, good to see you, Wumi, and whenever they think about the first 3 things, is that Wumi? Yeah, good to see you. I've been seeing you like a year. And whenever they think about the first 3 things, first 3 people in that space, you come to mind. You see that, yeah? And it's just showing up. You see that showing up with what you do, showing up with what you're about. Be loud about it. That's summary of personal branding. Make sense? And it's the same approach. You see what I said? I won't do this. It's the same approach that you bring to personal branding that you bring to business branding. In fact, there's statistics to show right now that people are more drawn to personal brands than to business brands. Yeah? So if you want to start a business channel and put the channel and be posted on the page, you are more likely to blow faster if you are the one talking about your business than if the business is posting on its own. Does it make sense? That's why it's important that Akin is building a personal brand or is building his business with a personal brand. Does it make sense? Oyin Momo, sit down because I don't have time. I won't be able to use it for that example. I'll read out the 5 questions. So the exercise, I want to read out these 5 questions. Write it down, reflect over them, but I'll make the point I want to make with these 5 questions. Question number 1. How much money does your business need to make? Oh, see, I just jumped in. I didn't even talk about my topic. I was asked to speak about the future of business, yeah? And trends and challenges and what's the last one? Opportunities you can leverage in 2025. So I paraphrased that topic. What I'm going to speak on is that trends will change with time. Is that so? And every season and every time comes with its own opportunities and challenges, yeah? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you timeless business principles that have worked over the ages and over the time that will work in 2025 and that will work till Jesus comes. Does that work? Does that work? Good. So question number 1, how much money does your business need to make or how much money do you need to make this year to feel like a success? I have that number personally. The company that I work for has that number. So just write how much money do you need to make, yeah? Next question, what are the things that you can't do now, in brackets, personally, business, and impact-wise, that you will be able to do when you have that money? So how much money would you need to make this year to feel like you've succeeded? Number 2, what can't you do now that you'll be able to do then when you have that money? Yeah? Number 3, what would your business need to have in place to make the kind of money you have highlighted? What would your business need to have in place? What are the things that needs to be in place for you to make that money that you have highlighted? And what I've done with those questions is to help you arrive at what you want to achieve this year, why you need to achieve it, and how you're going to achieve it. If you think through those 3 questions, you arrive at that point. But the reason why I also started that question is that I want to highlight the why part of things and to make a point there. When you have a clear picture, remember the second question I spoke about the fact that what are the things you'll be able to do that you can't do today, that you'll be able to do if you had that kind of money, yeah? Now, when you answer those 3 questions, yeah, ask yourself, after I make this money, what is the next amount of money that I need to make to feel like a success? Then run through those questions again. After you do that, go back again and say, after I make that money, what's the next amount of money? What that will help you do is that will help you to see what your big picture is. And I want you to begin to build with your big picture in mind from day one. That's very important. So, for example, some of you listening to me here today are going to be global businesses. You see that? From day one, begin to carry yourself within the context of where you are with the excellence that it takes to build a global business. Does it make sense? Good to see you. Testimony, good to see you. Begin to carry yourself from day one with the excellence that it takes to build a bigger business. That's why I love what Akin did. Akin knew that this was going to be the first event he was going to do, and I saw him extend himself to do it excellently. So there's Pastor Emmanuel Omikunle. How many of you know him? Good. If you watch his videos from his church 10 years ago, what you would see is that 10 years ago, they were excellent within the means that they had access to. And as they grew in means, they were excellent, consistent, and available within the means that they had. So excellence is doing the best that you can with the resources that you have at your level. And so when you know they're going to build a global business, what you do is that you start, now from Saturday, we know how Sunday they be, yes? Thank God today is Saturday. Yeah? So you start putting in that level of intentionality. Don't wait until then. You see that, yeah? You see that? Good. So that's the first point I wanted to make. So let me show you, this is like the major thing I'm going to do today. And I'm going to end up with I'm going to end with 3 questions. So I have thought about businesses for a while, and I've been able to resolve if everything about business, yeah? If you resolve it into 2, it will come down to this. So if you resolve business, everything about a business, doesn't matter what it's accounting, blah, blah, like the entire story about a business from start to finish. If you resolve it into 2, it comes down, it all boils down to what? Number 1, generating demand. Somebody say generating demand. And secondly, delivering on promises. Say with me, delivering on promises. So if you resolve a business, it's all about everything you do on that business will fall under these 2 classes. It's either what you are trying to do is to generate demand, to get as many people as possible who want to buy. Is that so? Or you are trying to serve these people that have already said you want to buy. You are trying to put things in place to ensure that they get what you told them that they were going to get at the time you were telling them to come and buy. Does it make sense? So if you resolve everything that has to do with business, it will come down to these 2 things: generating demand and delivering on promises. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through some of the things that are involved in these 2 processes from a marketing and a sales perspective, and I'm going to leave you with 3 questions to ponder on. Does that make sense? Now, what we call the branding spectrum, yeah? It starts from here, yeah? And it goes to this place. Everything, branding, I'll make this point now, and I'll also make it towards the end. I'll make a joke first. Somebody said, marketing is like asking a babe out on a date, and branding is the reason why she says yes. Say lines. Clap, clap, clap. Okay. So, marketing is essentially what you do to attract people, right? Branding is simply what people think about you. Don't make it difficult. Branding is what people think about you. And from the very first moment you appear, you start giving people clues, data, to begin to think about things about you. For example, for some of you that don't know me, from the very first moment I stood up, based on what you saw about me, whether you like it or not, whether you were conscious of it or not, you began to form an opinion about me. Make sense? That is branding. And as a business, you're going to have the opportunity to inform people's perception about you, because branding is essentially perception. You're going to have an opportunity to inform people's perception about you from the very first moment they get in touch with you up until the moment you finish serving them, you deliver on your promises, and even beyond. Does that make sense to you? So it means that you have to be intentional about the experience, what you want them to think. Not just because so many times businesses can focus on generating demand on this part, and as soon as we generate demand, we're just very anyhow on the rest. No. You have to ensure that you want to give the best experience from start to finish and even beyond. Now write this down. Don't ever forget it. Market excellence is the best marketing strategy. Excellence is the best marketing strategy. When you serve people excellently, they will bring more people and tell more people about you. Do you agree with that? So, what you should be thinking is, how can you mirror excellence from this point, not just to this point, but beyond? Make sense? Good. So I'm just going to touch on few things. So now we know that every business will come down to generating demand and delivering on promises. We also know that branding simply means what people think about you, right? And we know that from the very moment you start speaking to a business, or people start speaking to you as a person or an individual, you have opportunities to shape what they think about you, right? And we know that that runs from the first moment to when you finish delivering on your promises and even beyond. Yeah? The reason why Funke Akindele, people will have friends, will want to help her push her brand, is most likely because even after she brings them on set, maybe during Christmas, she's sending them Christmas hand pass, even though they're not doing work with her actively. So because she has done that, they'll be more than happy to want to reward her back and push her stuff when it's time. Does that make sense to you? Good. So let's touch on a few critical elements. I want to touch on, there are two elements I want to touch on here. And these elements happen on the generating demand part of things, and I'll touch on this part. The first element I want to touch on here is recognition. Now, recognition has to do with everything that people see, feel, and hear when they relate to your brand. Everything that people do what? See, feel, or what? Guys, are you with me? Recognition has to do with everything that people do what? Feel, or what? What's the first one again? See, feel, or what? Hear. Under the realm of seeing, you have things like your brand, your logo, your colors, yeah? That's where it falls down. Now, many times, what people see, feel, hear. Now, many times, when we speak about branding, we focus on this side, the seeing part of branding. That's where your logo is. That's where your color is. That's where your face is. You see that? And we focus on that more. But the only role that this plays, really, the major role that this plays is for identification. So that when I see this, I know where it's coming from. But the major part of that means if all you have is a logo, you have just scored 1/3. The major part of that is feel. What emotions happens to people when they interface with your brand? For example, whenever you speak to me, you feel, you get clarity. You see that? And this feeling is intentional. You have to sit down and ask people that when people meet me, what do I want them to leave thinking about me? And begin to actively work towards. I don't have the time to do that today, to walk you through that. Does it make sense? For example, as an individual, people already know my brand for wisdom. But I want to transition my brand to delivery. That whenever you are in a high-stake environment where something needs to be done, yeah, and you can't afford to fail. If you fail, you are done. And they say, we're looking for somebody who's going to do this, and we are sure that's going to get done. And billions are involved, and lives are involved. They'll say, AP is the man. That's what I want to transition my brand into. And there's a how to build into that way. So you have to be able to answer this feeling. What do people feel? Whenever I interface with Oyinmomo's brand, I'm going to use that as my case study today. I'm just excited. Just excited about, maybe I don't see something serious. I just want to see somebody do something else apart from telling me about graph, marketing, and all that. I just go to our status and okay. When I want to while away time, I can do that. You see that it gives me a relaxed feel of an experience of life outside my head because I'm definitely not thinking about scrunchies. Does it make sense? So feeling is very important. For example, whenever you see an Innovate Lab flyer, you know it's an Innovate Lab flyer. Do you know why? Excellence. Creativity that's out of the box. That is feeling. How many of you have ever seen an Innovate Lab signboard in Ogbomoso? So we don't have a signboard actually. Yes, we don't. You can see a signboard for an event we want to do, but not a signboard. But this is where our brand is. Feeling. There have been people that brought us, that never knew we did branding, but they brought us projects because they saw our branding and they say, since you have a good brand, can you help us do our own? I will not tell you that we actually do branding. So feel. Number two, here. That different things in that here, but one of the things under here is reviews. Somebody tells somebody about your brand. Reviews is hearing. Indomie. Dun 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 dun. What's that? That's what we call voice signature. There's a guy, Tuminunu, I don't know if he's here, but he has a line that he always uses when he says, my name is, no Tuminunu. He puts a voice, there's something he always says in the morning. Yeah? There's something he always says. Oh, let me look for this one. I'm just looking for a preacher that always says one line every time he wants to preach. Yeah? I can't remember. But something that when people hear, okay, I have a friend, his name is Raphael. Anytime Raphael wants to preach, he say, my name is Raphael, and I'm nothing without the Holy Ghost. He will always say it. Yeah? That's here. Voice signature. You see that? Yeah? Let's round up. So, recognition. You need to figure this out. I don't have the time to teach you how to figure it, but I came with something that will help you figure it out. The second thing is visibility. And I wouldn't speak so much about this. The second thing is visibility. Now, under visibility, I'm rushing now. Under visibility, you have to think content. You have to think consistency. And I think that I've touched on that in different times. Yeah, how that you have to put stuff out there. You have to show up about yourself, about your work. Just show up. And show up with value. Show up, let me say it this way. Show up, but show up with substance. Did you get that? Because there are people that are posting on their status, but you cannot say exactly what they are about. They are just showing up. They are not showing up with what? Substance and with value. So show up. Don't just show up. Show up every day. That's consistency. And then lastly, distribution. And this is what I want to talk about. The entire game of visibility is a function of how many eyeballs can you get on what you are talking about per time. That's the entire game of visibility. How many people can see this per time? So the key to that, to unlocking that, is what we call distribution. Yeah, distribution number one is choosing which places you are going to put that content. One. Number two is how many places of that, how many of those places are you going to put it out? So for example, I can make one post here, I can make it on my WhatsApp status, but that's just one place. The total number of people that I'm able to see today may be 200 or 200 plus on my status. But if I take that guy from that place and put it on TikTok, what happens? It increases. If I take it and put it on TikTok and put it on Substack and put it on Instagram, it decreases. So it's a function of how many eyeballs you can get on it. And the key, it's not just content, the key that breaks how many eyeballs you can get on your product is distribution. To put it in the right places, know what I'm saying? I know I have like 2 minutes, something left. Put it in the right places and many places of the right places. Does that make sense to you? You'll get it later. So that's visibility. And then the kind of content you're putting out should be either educating content, content that educates. Whenever you are educating, you are marketing. Even though you are not selling something. Put that behind your mind. Never forget it. I heard it from Daryl, one of our advisors. Number 2, put out content that's either educating, content that's either solving a problem, or content that is entertaining or engaging. So your content should also under these things. Either you are what? Educating or what? Solving a problem. You are writing content that is solving a problem, or content that is entertaining or engaging. Yeah? So I'm going to leave that place quickly and go to the last one. The last one is, so this is recognition, this is visibility. The last one is ability or competence. This is really like building the capacity to deliver on your promises, putting things in place to ensure, and this is why I also said I was going to tell you that excellence is the best marketing strategy. Putting things in place to ensure that you are excellent at what you do. This is where you grow your skill. To ensure that you are not just telling people, you are not 100% on the outside and you are 0 on the inside. Do you get? And I also know that there's a flip side of this. I saw a lady yesterday, but I'm not sure she's here. And I said, go to the group and post everything you know how to do. And she said, no, sir, I've not perfected my finishing. That is trash. There's the other part of some people will be waiting until they know 100 in this world, until they know 1 to 100 before they step out. No. If you know 1, step out with that 1. Shout about it as if that's the only thing in the world. When you grow to level 2, shout about it as if that's the only thing in the world. I have a few seconds to finish. Because I knew that I had only 25 minutes, I've read a lot of books in this world. But there are 2 books I know that if you read, it will change your life forever. And I'm not selling them. I just brought them out from my library and I'm going to show it to you. Yeah? The first one is The Psychology of Selling by Brian Tracy. It will change your life forever. It's funny that the things that change our lives sometimes are like 2,000 naira and 20 hours of reading. The second one, I don't know if you will get this book any again. I saw it at Ace. I bought it the day I said, I won't lose this book. It is How to Win Customers and Keep Them for Life. This is the most authentic content I've read on this topic. Yeah? Thank you so much, everyone.
Can we keep the applause coming in? Can we keep the applause coming in? That was a master class. Do you agree with me? This session should be costed, this entire summit should be costed at about $1,000. Who agrees? That we are gaining so much value for free. Can we celebrate our panelists? Can we celebrate the convener? Can we celebrate the planning committee? Thank you so much for giving us this summit. Now we are moving to a very interesting part of the session. I particularly enjoy panel sessions because, you know, it took us a crash course. They have all taken us a crash course. But now, in the panel session, they will get to share some of their personal stories of how they were able to apply these things to their businesses. And many times we are able to learn better from the processes of how they have applied it to their personal lives and businesses or with people that they have worked with. And I would like us all to approach this session with a very open heart to learn and to also apply the knowledge to our businesses. Join me to welcome again our panelists to their seats. We'll be having a brief panel discussion where we'll address questions that we have gotten from the audience and apply them to grow our businesses. Thank you. Please, can we get some persons to assist with lifting this? Sirs, please, you can make your way forward. All right. Thank you very much, sirs. I feel so glad to be here among these great men. Sorry, the middle of pictures. Thank you very much. Thanks. So yes, hi everyone, welcome to our YouTube channel. We are here to, show you strategic and actionable steps to move your business from where it is right now to where it is supposed to be. If you have business goals, start reviewing them now because this session will skyrocket your strategy. So yes, my name is Esther Additional, like I shared earlier, and I'm particularly glad to be here with these great men of substance. And I think that I'm becoming used to being among men because it's looking like in some spaces we do not have female persons dominating the spheres of influence. And this is just a shout out to every woman in this room. Let us take up these spaces and be excellent at what we do. Okay, so now we are talking about business growth. We are talking about customer retention, customer acquisition, and we have a couple of questions that we have highlighted for you to share your personal experiences and show us how we can get things done. The first question that I'll be starting with is on, all right. Okay, the first question I'll be starting with is on methodology. While preparing for this event, I got to read through several success stories of brands. I read through the story of Netflix, the story of Apple, and YouTube. Now, let me share the one for YouTube. How many of us know that YouTube actually started as a dating site? It started off as a dating platform to connect lovers. But then, with time, they moved on to now say, let us call people to post videos and we'll pay them for it. Let them post ads. But people were not showing off. People were not coming to submit their videos and all. And they changed their strategy again and said, okay, we'll allow you to post, to build your audience, to watch whatever it is that you have posted, and we'll pay you from that. It will not be what we dictate. It will be a content that you dictate by yourself. And that's how YouTube started. Now, it brings me to the question of methods when it comes to building a business. What has been the best methods? What are the best practices that you have experienced and that you have used to get results in business? Let's start with Mr. Paul.
Okay, very beautiful question. Yeah, so number one is that I would like you to know I'm of this school of thought that there is no one way to things. Yeah, so I read books, but I always have this mentality that beyond whatever I read, there is always another way that I can. It's very weak in reviewing our businesses. There is power in review. When you go back and check, what have I been doing? What can I do better? You always get insight into new things you can do. But for me, the method has always been referrals. And I think he asked me a question while I was sitting down there. How do you get customers? And I tell him, referrals. When you deliver excellence, oh my God, it's like a magnet. Now, there is something called lead magnet, right? Lead magnet for some companies is offer discounts, do freebies and all of that. But the lead magnet for me is excellence. I remember working for a client last year, around November. He reached out to me. He wanted to start up an e-learning platform, Uversity. And he said he needed 20 designs. And then I delivered 20 designs. The guy saw the design, he was like, wow, this is amazing. You are getting referrals from me. Like that was just one job. You are getting referrals from me. I did another one I did a motion graphics video for someone around December 1. Okay, I think, no. It was January 1. So the person told me, when he saw the video, the guy was just like, wow, your video is awesome. I need to refer you to a friend of mine. So when you deliver excellence, for me, my method is excellence. When you deliver excellence, you will get customers, even without wasting your money. So your brain does the work, your money does just a little, and then you get a lot of customers.
Wow, amazing. Excellence. Excellence is the method. Can we say that excellence is the method? Okay, so let's hear from Mr. Abayo.
I was going to make his point, but I'm going to make a different point. It is the word I'm going to use is ownership, but I'll explain it in a way that makes sense to you. There's a principle that we developed and we used on my team. It's called the Joseph Principle. The Joseph Principle simply says that if you explain, don't miss this, stay with me, don't miss this. Oma with me, you're not here. Are you here now? Good. If you explain people's problem to them in a way that even they themselves cannot explain that problem, they will naturally trust you as you want to provide that solution. It's called the Joseph Principle. And you see this in the Bible. Pharaoh had a dream that he didn't understand. Joseph came, helped him understand that dream, and gave a recommendation and said, get someone to fix this problem like this, like this, like this. Guess what Pharaoh said? I'm going to give the job to you. It's called the Joseph Principle. But you only enter the Joseph Principle, you are only able to experience it through ownership. And ownership is being able to look at people's problems like your own problems and take it personal. And many times when I want to convert clients, I begin to invest myself in the project as if they have given me the job. Does that make sense to you? So, for example, I'm researching the client and I'm searching the project. I begin to assume I want to solve the problem as a personal thing. And what happens is that I begin to enter into insights that even the client has not seen. And when I jump on the call with them, I tell them, while I was studying, I found out this about you. I noticed you have this. I begin to like a magician. I notice people have this struggle. And what happens is that their heart just opens. I found that works every single time. So the key is the Joseph Principle, but you are able to activate the Joseph Principle with ownership, taking people's problem personal, knowing that what I want to do is I want to bless this person and help them be better. When you are like that, your eyes will then begin to open. You see the things that you need to see. Yeah?
Wow, amazing. Taking ownership. Can we celebrate him for that? Okay, so let's have Bro Ayobami as well.
Okay. Very interested. Okay, so I'm just going to say, I'm going to make this quite relatable, right? 2 words, take action, consistency, right? And let me just merge them together. What I mean is take quality action consistently. You know, I found out that one of the reasons why people don't get to where they want to get to is because they don't take action. They overthink too much, right? People like me, I'm a perfectionist at times. So I think and think and think and think. I'm thinking, I don't know about this thing, I want to learn more, right? But in more recent times, I found out that I've been able to make more productivity, or I've been more productive because I take action, right? A lot of things I know how to do right now, I didn't learn them before I started doing them. I just went into it. And before you know it, I'm already, someone who knows about that stuff a lot, right? And then I'm able to teach other people. So I feel like one thing that would help businesses, or that would help you in whatever you do, is just take quality actions consistently over time. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. Can we celebrate them for these insights that they have shared?
I would like to add one more.
Okay.
Okay.
In like 30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll call it personalized experience. All right, so I think I was studying how Netflix grew their business, and I found out one of the methods they used was personalized experience. You gather insights from your existing customers, and then you have segments of different customers, study each customer, know what they want, and give them a personalized experience such that when they come to you, they are getting their preferences. They are getting what they want. When you sell a product, have different kind of product for different kind of people. Let me feel at home. Now, let me feel at home when I'm relating with you. Another very important thing you need to know is how to monopolize the market. have different kind of product for different set of people. It's not everybody that is a Yahoo guy. It's not everybody that you walk into boutique, they will tell you this gin is 45,000. I cannot buy gin of 45,000 currently. I don't know if you are getting my point. Yes. Monopolize the market. Have a product that suits the low-income people, set of people, citizens. Have budget of your product that fits in for people that have, probably medium budget, and then the expensive stuffs. Have those different sets of products. In such doing, if you are doing something like that, you'll be able to captivate a larger audience. I don't know if you get my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Can we celebrate him? Monopolize your business, take actions consistently, and apply the Joseph principle. Wow, so amazing. Now, this brings me to a point of, after I have done my best to build my business, to bring it to, let's say, to make it an authority, for instance, and to position myself in front of the clients that I want to start working with, how then do I build a community that helps me grow, and at the same time, I will not feel like I am losing my place? How do I relate with other persons that are doing the same thing that I am doing? How do I relate with people that are working in a totally different field? How do I build tangible relationships that will help my business and not be in that mindset that if I work with them, they will steal my idea and I will lose relevance? How do we undo that? I think we should start from, let's start from here this time around.
Okay, I'm going to say, give me a second. Originals. I was going to speak about originals. And I've forgotten the second thing I was going to say. The second thing I was going to say is very important, but let me not worry about that. In the League of Originals, good, identity. In the League of Originals, there is no competition. How many of you watch Premier League? You know Premier League, right? In the League of Originals, there is no competition. And what makes you an original is knowing that there's something we call, don't let me tell you the church name for it, but it is knowing that because of your uniqueness, there is a value that only you can add in the way that it is added. And then that uniqueness makes you feel secured. So being an original means digging deep into yourself and digging into the problem. Let me say it this way. To become an original, you have to dig deep into yourself until you discover your unique signature. That touch that when you put it, no other person, it's called, there's competitive advantage and there's distinctive advantage. Competitive advantage can be replicated. You see that you can have something that is a competitive advantage, and over time, people can replicate it. But there's something that is distinctive advantage that is personal to you. And you get into that by pressing deep into the signatures of your soul. When you find this, when you add that to whatsoever you do, it works. You see that? So I don't have an issue when people invite me to come and speak at the event, and I tell them that I can't speak, but this person can speak. And I don't have an issue if they invited that person next time, even if I don't come. And the reason is because there is something that I bring that no other person can bring. It is called distinctive advantage. It is called, that's what makes me an original. So number one, you probe into yourself to discover what is this about me. You saw me right now, I was taking note from what they were saying. And what I was finding out is, I was, again, reflecting over things and just taking note. What is it about me and my delivery, that is unique? And how can I become so good at it that whenever you're looking for somebody, I just come. Just become the master in that place. That's what I was thinking about. So that's one. Number two is that you press deep into the problem you are solving until you arrive at unique insights that only people who stay with the problem long enough can arrive at that place. Yeah. Albert Einstein said, I'm not smart. He said, I only stay with the problem longer than they all. So when you stay with a problem, when you probe a problem long enough, you travel into that problem and you arrive at a place in that problem that not too many people will have the patience and the diligence to probe that problem long enough to arrive there.
Yes.
You see that? Number 3 is the commitment you give to that problem, such that when other people who are not called to solve that thing, by the time they are gassed out and they are saying, I'm not going to stay again, you stay on course because there's something personal. You are invested in that stuff. You see that, yeah? That's 3 ways to be an original. The number two thing to be secure, self-assured, is identity. I'm going to just say, because I'm sharing my experience, right? As a rule of thumb, my identity is not built based on my skill set. It's not built based on my achievement. It's not built based on what people say about me. So that the days that those 3 things go wrong, I don't feel insecure. My identity is solely built on what the Word of God has said about me. So it doesn't matter whether today I didn't show up well. I'm still a child of God. I'm still excellent. Those are things I know about me. I don't need anybody to make me feel it.
Yes.
You see, so it makes me guarded and secure. So if I didn't speak well today and every other person spoke well, I don't feel bad. I simply go and learn from that experience. It doesn't make me less than I stepped in. If everybody here gave me a standing ovation when I'm leaving, it doesn't make me more than I was when I stepped in. So my identity is secured by God's word, and that is immutable.
Yes, sir.
Makes sense?
Amazing. Can we celebrate that? Thank you so much. That really addressed the question of identifying your uniqueness. And I love that you mentioned the soul signature. We all have different soul signatures. Discover yours and build on it. So now I want our remaining panelists to now, tell us how we can embrace our uniquenesses and then build tangible relationships. So that's like the part B of the question.
So, how do you build
tangible relationships that foster our business growth?
All right. So I'm just going to share this one principle. It's a biblical principle, and I don't know where the verse says, but it says something like, "Do unto others what you want them to do to you." Right. So in whatever relationship you're going into, you're not going into the relationship to milk the relationship. Rather, you are going into the relationship to give. Right. So there is always the law of reciprocity. Reciprocity. Is it reciprocity? Yeah. So when you give, people are they are kind of like they want to give back. It's just a natural human instinct. When you give, people always want to give back. So in whatever relationship you're going to, business, family, friendship, networking, just do unto others what you want them to do to you. I think that helps.
Wow, thank you so much for that. I really love this response, especially because, it also touches on ethical considerations. There are several ethical considerations in businesses now. And if you don't do to others what you want them to do to you, there are a lot of lapses that would experience with, this person is always cheating people with their businesses and all. But we can be better when we do to people what we want them to do to us. Thank you so much for that. Can we celebrate him for that response? Okay, so Mr. Paul, you're like the icing on the cake right now. How do we build a community of strong people for our business growth?
Okay, so again, I'm going to go back to the scripture. Follow peace with all men. Now, do you know, okay, let me ask a question. Why is food expensive in Nigeria currently? Can anyone answer that question? I'm sure a lot of people's answer will be, Tinubu is the cause. Okay, so I just want someone. Why do you think food is currently expensive in Nigeria? You can just raise up your hand.
Increments in fuel price.
Okay, increments in fuel price. Okay, I don't think that's still the foundational problem. The foundational problem is greed. Greed. Everybody is just greedy. And that's why we have competition in the marketplace in the first place. You don't want Mr. B to be more successful than you are. So you are in competition, or you feel you are in competition with that person. Follow peace with all men. You see, if we can build sustainable relationship, instead of competing, collaborate. See it as an advantage to become better. Collaborate with your competitors to make the world a better place. Don't compete with them and kill the world. I don't know if you are getting me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think that's just all I have to share for
Wow, amazing. Collaborate. Can we say that together? Collaborate. So rather than trying to outshine, I mean, if we are trying to solve the same problems, why can we not come together and attack it from a particular vantage point? Can we celebrate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you wanted to share
Yes, I'm
something.
just going to add one thing.
Okay.
In collaboration, first question you should always ask, don't always ask, what can I get? Ask, what can I give? Because many times when you come to collaboration tables, even till tomorrow, the first thought that wants to come to mind, how do I, what can I, but it's a natural instinct. Always, when you say, what can you get? What it does is that it imprisons you in your mind. When you say, what can I give? It makes you large on the inside. And then, because you're doing that, that collaboration will prosper.
Wow.
Number two is that no matter what happens around you, let your response always be joy. And I learned that from my boss, Uncle JD. Let your response always be joy. So I was driving down. I said driving. My mind is already in the future. I was biking down. You see, that's an example. Live in the future so much that your physical cannot. That thing is a reflex. I'm serious. It's a reflex. Live in the future until you are struggling to catch up with the present. So, I was driving.
We get it, we get it.
I was biking down from my house and I saw a co-worker's opened almost opposite winners. Yeah? And my first instinct was, this is a competition because we're about to start our own co-work. And then I remembered what my boss said, our first response is joy. And I told myself, you know what? I'm going to pay those people a visit. I'm going to take pictures and I'm going to promote them. Because it doesn't take away from me. Do you get the point?
Yes, sir.
Opportunities can grow and there are more opportunities than you ever think. So number one, always think about what you can give. And because you know you have an abundant mindset, don't be restricted in your mind. The opportunity is not much, it's about, and everybody can have from it, and there'll be so much more left.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Can we celebrate our panelists? Can we celebrate our... sir?
Can I get 30 seconds?
Okay, sir, I think we should do this. Every member of the audience, immediately after this panel, just follow our panelists online and ask them as much questions as you want to. Trust me, they will share from their wealth of experience. We are pressed for time. And in fact, the convener will find me if I spend an extra 1 minute here. And so, sir, please, okay, I will do this. Once we are done with this, I'll come to you, probably pen it down, and share it as I introduce the next speaker. I hope that's fine. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, please, can we have a photo session? Media, let's just have a quick photo session as they go back to their seats. Thank you very much. Please, can we celebrate them as they move to their seats? Don't worry, I will get Mr. Paul's insight for us, and I will definitely share it. Let's celebrate them once again. Thank you very, very much for being here. If you are having an amazing time, can you make some noise? Thank you so much. I mean, we have been such an amazing audience. We have been attentive. We have been receptive. And I want to personally celebrate you. I celebrate you. Can we celebrate ourselves? Can we celebrate ourselves? Can we celebrate ourselves? So, we are climbing. We are moving higher and higher and higher. And it's just getting more interesting. And right now, I want to introduce some of our partners to talk about what they do, how they do it. And let's keep in mind that for the second session, okay, so let's keep in mind that the convener has shared that in his next keynote, there is a bonus for everyone that waits till the end. So, I mean, we know that it takes a lot to pay attention right now. It takes a lot to be here. We appreciate your time. But we do not want you to miss out on that bonus because, trust me, it would transform your business. And right about now, I'll just welcome one of our partners to speak about what they do and how they do it. Please join me to welcome from, okay, just advantage of technology. Okay, so it seems I cannot find this person's name here. But then I need help right now. I know the business, but I want to call it appropriately. Okay, off the top of my head, I think Gbemisola. The person in charge of the bead business. Is your name Gbemisola? Okay, I missed that. I cannot find it in my notes, surprisingly. Can we welcome her, this beautiful young woman that has chosen to make stunning pieces from beads? Please, let's appreciate her. Please tell me your name so that I can welcome you properly. Olajure. Okay, and your business name? Shine Beads and Jewelries. Okay, please welcome with me Olajure from Shine Beads and Jewelries. An amazing round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olajire, and I'm the founder of Shine Beads and Jewels. I want to say thank you to Mr. Akinyinka Emmanuel. Thank you for organizing this to help businesses thrive. Shine Beads and Jewels is a creative brand located here in Ogbomoso. And what we'll do is bead design in different forms, ranging from beaded bags, necklace, belts, earrings, bracelets, anklets, waist bead. Just think of any art that you can make from bead. That's what we do. And here I'm with some of my products displayed at the entrance so we can check it later. Aside crafting beads, I train people to make beads too. And in a way, bead making empowers you to be independent and to be financially stable. So if you're interested in any of these handworks, whether to learn or to resell, during the networking session, I met someone who is a dropshipper and already took interest in reposting for me while I sell to her. So if you're interested in these arts to wear it yourself, why should you buy beads? Beads as a way of dressing up your ordinary outfit. It makes your outfits unique. Beads promote cultural heritage. It preserves culture. So you can shop with us here or follow us on IG at Shine Beadscraft to get your own unique beads. Thank you so much.
Please, can we celebrate Olajire once again? She's such a peaceful person. I feel like our brand will boost your sense of joy because she's so joyful, right? So let's patronize her. She has her goods displays outside, and it would be nice to check them out, okay? Now, the second partner I want to invite is from Popson's Concept, Mr. Jude Popola. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say thank you to Mr. Akinyinka Emmanuel for this opportunity, for making us, or for allowing us come showcase our businesses. All right, so my name is Jude Popola. I'm the CEO of Popson's Concept. We deal with visual digital creation. So we are visual digital agency. So we deal with cinematography, we deal with graphics design, we deal with videography, we deal with anything visual designs creation. So we give room for, you can partner with us, you can bring your works, your jobs, and we'll give you a top-notch visual creations. So we give rooms for learning, we train people, we do all sorts of trainings. So if you have any project you are embarking on, probably you want to showcase your business, you want to have a compelling video, compelling short video for your brand, any sort of thing, you can reach us on IG and on Facebook, Popsins Concepts, and we'll get back to you and give you what is top notch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Please patronize Popsins Concept. They have done a whole lot contributing to this event and to the excellence that you can see here. Can we celebrate him once again? Okay, so please, can we get all our panelists, members of the logistics team, please just try to help us get the panelists inside for a quick photo session. And I already got questions about how we can connect with the panelists. You can reach out to them on social media, LinkedIn, Ayobami Adekunle, Abayomi Perez Okekunle, Paul Olaniyi. You can reach out to them on LinkedIn. And if I were you, you could take it a step further, check them out on other platforms, Twitter, X now, Instagram, Medium, read about them, and you could shoot your shots to get their contacts when they are leaving. Please, someone help get Mr. Abayomi. Oh, yes, sir, please, what? Yes. So, just media team, a quick photo session with the convener before we move to the final session of the day. On stage, please. You can have it now. Please, can we celebrate them? They are men of substance, and they have chosen to bless us in this way. They have chosen to share their wealth of knowledge with us. Please, can we celebrate them once again? Thank you so, so, so much. Sorry. Thank you, sir. All right, so now is the moment that we have all been waiting for. We have experienced several miracles, several mind-shifting moments in this event today. And this final session is the conclusion and the climax of everything that we have learned today. And to do this is no other than our convener. And you know, for record purposes, I will be inviting him once again. I'll introducing him by reading his citation. So, sir, let me get my notes here. Yes. So, to take us again in understanding how to get customers and retain them is no other than our renowned keynote speaker, Akinyinka Emmanuel Omikunle. Please rise, sir, as I read your citation. Akinyinka Emmanuel Omikunle is a seasoned marketing and sales strategist with over 4 years of experience helping businesses, startups, established companies, and even religious organizations achieve sustainable growth. He is driven by a passion for empowering businesses, and he specializes in bridging the gap between great products and services and the right customers. His expertise lies in positioning brands in front of their ideal audience and converting them into loyal and buying customers. In addition to his expertise in business growth, Akinyinka has trained numerous individuals, equipping them with the skills and strategies to grow their own businesses and those of their clients. As a professional in Google and social media ads, particularly in platforms like Facebook and Instagram, Akinyinka has successfully run impactful ads campaigns across Nigeria, America, Canada, and the United Kingdom, generating revenue for his clients. He's committed to continuous improvement and
Akinyinka remains focused on delivering strategic marketing and sales solutions that ensure businesses not only survive but thrive in today's competitive market. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, join me to welcome our keynote speaker and the convener of the Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit, Akinyinka Emmanuel Omikunle. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your waiting till this time. Our apologies for keeping us this long. We had quite a number of issues with the hall in the beginning. So let me promise that I would deliver the promise I have for us. And by 4 p.m., or not before 4 p.m., we should be out of here. That's 40 minutes thereabout. Are we together? Are we still together? So thank you so much, guys, for waiting. Please help me work on the video. One of our partners that came the other time, Flexstar Hub. In case you want to follow him, you want to go on LinkedIn. His name is Ojo Bukumi. So you just reach out to him on LinkedIn. You'll be able to send those messages. I have a couple of videos for us before we begin, but I'm not sure if the video is available now. If it's not available, we might just want to move forward. If the video is not available, just get the slide. Okay, so they've talked about a lot of things that I want to talk about. So let me just focus on some certain aspect that I believe that will still help us, not just beyond business. It would help us to start up a skill. Let's say you want to, if you want to start up a business, or you want to take it as a tool to reach your potential customers. So I would like to just run you through a bit of marketing just in a few minutes. So welcome back. I was saying the other time that after I've been able to put in place, so what else can we do? What exactly is the next thing that we want to do to bring those guys, bringing the things that we have gotten right in front of our customers? So I said a lot of things that time, just wants to get it right. So I think the next line in action is how to put those things we have worked upon, putting it in front of them. Are we still together? I hope you remember where we stopped back. Please, the video is not working. Please get the slide, please. So, first thing we want to do, a lot of things now that you have been able to get together. First thing you want to do is, and I'll not be talking too much on that because I feel some of the panelists have spoken more about that, is a personal outreach. Sorry, we can have the video later. I think we'll send it to the group for us to get that on ground. And meanwhile, I think a link has been sent to the group. Please try to follow that channel so that we'll have our pictures, we have the slides. All of those slides will be sent to the place so that we can just catch up with that. So let's leave the video and let's get to the slide. It's very, very important. All right, so I was saying that personal outreach. After that, we've gotten quite a lot of things in it. You want to push it out to people. And I mean, best ways to do that at times, especially when you know that you're confident, is that you want to personally reach out. I mean, I know quite a number of us might not really have the way to start, but I personally, the best way is to reach out to them. So there was a time, I feel there was a time I to meet with people and just let them know what exactly I do. But you see, if my slide was up, you would have seen that when in just beginning this session, I had to remind us that rejection is not personal. For you to know that in case you start reaching out and you get a lot of discouragement from people, it's definitely not the end. So the first part, after you have invested your knowledge, please your knowledge, those research, what you want to do now is that you have to be confident and start reaching out to them personally. Are we together? Those of us, are we still together? Or next slide. I want as fast as possible. I want us to be out of here by 4 p.m. So lend me your attention just by. I think they've spoken a lot about this, gaining authority on social media, stay consistent. I mean, do a lot of things that has been said by most of them today, and I think we should not with this one anymore. But in case, especially if you are providing services, I would personally want to recommend that you build a personal brand on LinkedIn and Medium. A lot of people don't know Medium, and you can also do Twitter too. But Medium is not really open to a lot of people. But trust me, Medium pays people for just writing, aside from all other platforms. So you can start to push yourself out there on Medium. You get some international clients, but aside from, I mean, a lot of people have asked that question from me. I think this is the answer. So you might not get a lot of, you get money for writing there, but you also be exposed to a lot of people, including Twitter and LinkedIn. So I think I don't have much to say from here. So let's take it up to the next slide. I'm waiting for that. Okay, personal outreach. This is what I was saying. If there is no way you have to make a way for yourself, I think one of the persons that my stuff done over the weekend, I had to meet with the person, and I told him what I was doing confidently. So there's some people that you already have at heart. You know, guys, they might need my product, they might need my service. So what you want to do to them is you want to know exactly that you know what you are doing. So you want to push it out to them. You have the courage to go and meet them. You have those people already, and you want to go to speak directly to them and say, hey sir, this is exactly the solutions that I provide, and I can definitely be of help if you can give us some chances to begin that. Are we together? So there are some people in your mind currently that you know that what you are doing will definitely benefit them. So if you have been able to do those things first, then you should be able to reach out to them in a more excellent way. So let's go to the next slide. I'm rushing now. All right, so let me talk a little about this. Facebook and Instagram ads. It's an easier and a faster way to, please lend me your attention, those of us that it's a more faster way to put audience into segmentation. Are we together? Now, you remember I was saying Temu before, during my first session. Of course, they know how to do well in marketing because they've done a lot of work, like what I showed in the beginning. However, if in a more faster way, and you see, this is one of the reasons why I love this, is that let's say you really don't have much, you don't have enough capital to do that for clients, sorry, for your business. It means you can, because you're in business, you can decide to start offering that as services to people. Are we together? Are we together? Awesome. So you might not have enough, because a lot of money, trust me, marketing requires a lot of money. So, but you can start investing into those advertisements only when you have been able to get those things right. Are we together? So, but let's say that you really don't have much now. You can also decide to know that, then use it for other businesses to fund the ones that you begin to do. So, next slide. Let me show you something. Quickly. Okay, so now, for example, if I mean, these are what these guys do, Temu and all of these guys. You remember I was speaking the other time, I was speaking about custom audience. I was talking about cold, hot, and warm. Do we still remember? Awesome. So these kind of platforms have a way of structuring them in place. So there's a way you can, that custom audience, in other words, the saved audience, in other words, they are your cold audience. Those are the first people you want to meet. So there's a way you can structure that to put it right in front of them. Very, very, very simple. And after they have been able to interact with the saved audience, which is your cold audience, they are moved into custom audience. Many times, custom audience becomes warm audience and hot audience. So they have the ability to do that. So people that they liked your post, they've done this, they've done that, you have a way to craft another content to reach out to them. Are we together? So you already have another means by which you can reach out to them. Let's say you drop something now and a lot. Okay, I think that should be in the next slide. Please show me the next slide. Next slide. Is it okay? Another advantage of this is that there's a way you can target people. Let's say as I run these complaints in Nigeria, and because their brand is just guys, what I do is you want to target Nigerians outside the country, not just white people, not white people that does not understand the language of what you are selling. But you see, there's a way you can structure. That's why sometimes you can see some videos often and often, necessarily not a magic. I mean, those are what people do. Are we together? Next slide. Let me show us what I wanted to say initially. All right. So now, very effective is how you can start converting people that are related with you before. I mean, when you drop a offer out, people that are related with in one way or the other. So you some of those different formats, so that when you want to sell, when you want to give values to your cold audience, once they show any interest in the first point, then the second point, you know the people that already liked what you do, you can definitely target them. Are we together? So after you start coming up, trust me, a lot of people will say, don't spend money, please get me another mic. People really don't spend money on so don't do this, people don't do that, and of course it's a lie. If you are not, I personally feel that seeing businesses, thank you so much, seeing businesses as an investment is what will definitely going to help us. So forget about it if people tells you that they are not seeing results, they are not paying money for something, it is just a lie. So these platforms will definitely help you to structure them well and make your results as fast as possible. Are we still together? Are we still together? All right, so next slide. So, but because of my time, I will not be able to talk much about this. And this is the bonus I feel I have for us. So those of us that are still online, they will drop some links for us now. So I personally want to teach us this, just one, but just people that are currently available here. So I mean, you see a lot of people, what people spend money on just to get your attention. And it's definitely going to be dangerous for you to do this without focusing on the things that finding time to understand what the customer really wants. Are we together? So just next slide. So because of my time, I will not dwell much on this aspect, but if you want to push out your content, it's not bad for you to start reaching a larger audience. Now, the reason is because a lot of platforms does not support, not necessarily that they don't support it, but an organic reach is almost becoming impossible. Do you agree with me? Do we agree with me? So you can be posting something so quality, something so nice, and there are times that just one or two people will just like, in fact, sometimes it's just the family members. So it's a good time for you to plan this into your agenda, that you want to make that your stronger effort. AP was talking about visibility the other time, that you want a lot of people to see it. What you have structured your time enough to do, you want a lot of people to see them. So you should plan as much as possible to factor marketing into your plan. And one of the best ways to do that is through this.
don't bother to turn back. It's through the advertising platforms. And of course, if you know that for your business, you'll definitely be able to do it for other business. So let me just go to the final slide in 20 minutes thereabout. So let's say these are the principles that I personally believe that you want to put in place if you want to convert customers. And I mean, when you start reading a lot of books, you should see come out of this. So, right. Good. So now let's say your campaign or maybe your awareness brought a lot of people to you. So let's say you've been running a lot of things on Instagram and you start getting direct messages so that because people want to know if they can buy for you or maybe they cannot buy from you. So what you want to do is that once they are now with you, you want to speak directly to them. These are ways by which you start a conversation that does not, I mean, you know, there are conversations when you start with a person, it tends to wait till when you are done. So those kind of conversations is, you want to start them from the standpoint of what they are going through, like I said in the first session. So you want to ask them some certain questions that speaks directly. You don't need, hey, my name is so. You want to go straight to the point. Tell them the exact problem you want to solve. When you're able to do that, it gets their attention so that they'll be able to give you more attention to begin to speak to them. Do we understand that? Do we understand that? So it means next time you are speaking with a client, what you want to speak as your first line is actually what they are going through. Did you hear what I said? The best way to do that is that you should have done all the research that I've said. Then when it is now one-on-one, don't tell them I do graphics design. Tell them the exact solution that you want to give to them. When you are able to position that as the first question to them, then it's time for you to continue. What you want to do is that you want to continue the conversation. Please let's not be distracted. What you want to do is that you want them to continue the conversation with you. There's some people, when you start a conversation with them, the next thing is, I'm so sorry, we are not open for that now. And that's because your first line was not strong enough. So what you want to gain at that point, I remember one time where I was speaking with a client, we said a lot of things, the woman kept arguing with us. So she asked me, she said, what exactly, I can't remember the question anyway. So I told the woman just one point, and that was what broke everything. I told her, I said, ads is not majorly about selling. It's actually about creating values. Ad is not about selling. It means what people spend money on should not be about the selling aspect. It should be that it's creating values. So it means if you want to run an ad or you want to push out anything, it's not to tell people to buy. It's actually you giving out value for them to see more. Are we together? Good. And that was what broke. That was what ended the conversation with the both of them. I mean, that was what the woman was wanting to hear. So your major point is that you want to keep the customer into the conversation. You want to keep talking to the person. You want the person to keep talking to you, then you must speak directly to the first pinpoint. So next slide. Be a good listener. And the best way, now, I was saying the other time that you must get the things that your customers are going through. Now, the best way to also do this is by asking questions. Now, when you are doing a sales conversion, you want to ask please pay attention, please. You want to ask the customer a lot of questions in order for them to talk about their objections. Now, the reason why a lot of people will not buy what you are selling in the beginning is because they have a lot of objections in their heart. The more they talk, the more it's likely for them to speak those objections out. This is how this is the psychology of men. Are we together? So you don't want to do the talking. You want to keep asking questions related to that business, to what exactly is on the ground. So you can ask questions like, okay, what exactly has really been the problem
for the past few years with you. The customer is open, the customer begins to tell you his problems, and then you take note in what he or she is saying. You can be able to identify the reasons why she might not want to buy. Do you understand that? Do we understand that? So ask questions. Don't ask. I'm not saying she ask, how old are you? Are you the second born or the third born? When it's not a prophetic session, ask the person a direct question that is related to your product so that you can find a solution to attach to it. Are we together? So you can ask the question, you can ask questions like, okay, what could be the reason why you might not get this kind of product from me today? So she can now tell you and say, I've gotten this kind of product before, and the last time I got it, it was just, I wasted my money because they deceived me. You already know that's the reason why he will not be able to buy what you are selling at the moment. Is it not? So what you want to do is that you speak directly again. Your answers should be answering the objection he or she is bringing. The more you keep that person start talking, then it's more than likely you are able to get it from her. Are we together? Let's take next slide. I'm just rushing my slides. I hope we are getting that. So dominate the listening. Especially in Africa, we really don't know how to listen for long. Yes. Aside from even customers now, if you are speaking to just two persons, maybe you and your friend is talking, when the both of you are gisting, after 10 seconds, you want to interact, you want to stop the conversation. You two, you want to add your own. The person is not even done talking, say, yeah, that makes me remember sometimes ago. You must be a good listener. You must be a good listener. So, you want to focus. Do you know there's something it does to people when you give? There's something it does to you when you give a full attention to persons. So, when I was in fellowship, I was fellowship leader at that time. So sometimes when I'm preaching, when I'm doing a lot of things, there are times when I focus on the people that gives me attention. It looks like the anointing is coming stronger because people are giving. Look at one person, the person is focusing on me. So in the multitude of a lot of people, there are some certain people that are still hearing me. So I focus on them. Has it happened to you before? Has it happened to us before? That because someone is giving attention, what you are saying is making sense. All of a sudden, the person feels loved. You keep talking, because the person is giving the attention. It is. You must learn how to be a good listener. Not just the talking aspect. You must dominate the listening. It's talking. I had to learn that. There are times when my customers start talking, these are not the reasons why we've not been getting sales, we have been having problems. Sometimes I'm quick to be distracted because sometimes the meetings are not, some of it are not physical meetings, they are online meetings. So sometimes I can just be scrolling through WhatsApp. At the end of the day, I will not get what I'm supposed to target with them. So henceforth, even in life, learn to be. It's very, very important. Let your client dominate the talking. You don't need a lot of talking again. Just pay attention, listen to them, let them know that you are listening. And one of the ways to do that is that you should ask them questions on the things that they've said. Like stuff like, do you mean this was what you were trying to talk about the other time? Give the person an assurance that you are listening to them. And when you do that, what happens to the customer is that he feels safe with you. Then you start talking. He keeps talking. Don't interrupt. Let him talk. You don't need the interruption. Let him talk until when he's able to tell you the reasons why he will not be able to take the sales. Are we together? Do we get that? And that's the best way to address objections. So address objections. Okay, I think I've spoke about it already. When the both of you start talking, there's a way you will know the exact reasons why he or she does not want to buy from you. You take it off from there. You address those objections from what he or she has said. Do you understand? There are times that some objections you cannot really get them
just online, just some market research. That's why it's good to have a one-on-one conversation with the people you want to sell something with. That's why, personally, my free magnet, even on my website, is a free consultation, because I like to just speak to you one-on-one. Once I speak to you one-on-one, I know exactly what your problem is, and I'll be able to take it off from there. Do you all understand? So, please don't mention the price. Very, very important. In fact, if you are talking to a client and then you say, well, all of these things you are saying, what exactly is what is the price? That's why I personally don't believe in you putting money on, maybe on your website and say, this is a package, this is 250,000. I personally don't believe that. It's just my opinion. But, I mean, most of the top leaders that I'm following, you will never see their pricing online. You will never see it. You will definitely not see it, because pricing is not the goal. Avoid talking about the price. Rather talk about the benefit. Put the pricing to the end. And don't just, I mean, there are times that when you want to talk about pricing, because you feel that, how many of us have felt that way and say, if I mention this price, then it will not be too big. So the way you even say it, the person knows that you are not confident enough. It's 5,000, if you can pay 5,000. The person already knows that you are not really sure of what you are saying. But trust me, don't mention price first. Mention the benefits. Sell the person first. Sell the product, sell the service, sell the benefits to the person, then include the price. And when you are about to speak the price, speak it confidently. It is $1,000. It's coming at the price of $1,000, and it just at this price, you'll be able to get all of these things that I've said. Why is your product this very expensive? That's an objection. So if you don't know the right thing to say at that time, you want to ask the question, you want to ask questions for them to say the reasons why they don't want to purchase. So you can ask them, okay, what exactly do you do now? Okay, I'm a so. What if you have my product? You don't mention the product. What if you have so? How will it make life comfortable for you? So it start talking again. Another series of talking that makes the customer to be open for what you are about to say to him. And at the end, make sure you stick to the price. What did I say? What did I say? Stick to the price. Don't make that mistake. Don't say, okay, bring 4-5. After a lot of talk, okay, let's do 3-5. I mean, that's a lot. You're already reducing the value of what you want to do. I mean, I was watched an interview from Visu. He said there are times, and ever since I've listened to that, I personally have been practicing that. So when you meet a customer and say, okay, sell all the benefits, and say, okay, this is my price, this is what I offer, and say, we cannot afford it. What he said in that interview, he said what he does is that he recommends them to his competitors. He said, we are so sorry we cannot take this at this time, but obviously we have people that can do this better for you. And they send the names, many times those people will definitely come back. Do we understand? So please, don't bend the price. What did I say? If you know that the price you're currently selling is not what you want, you can just reduce it. But if you know that this is the value you are giving and your energies will be going through this, don't bend it. It's not the time to bend that. Do we understand? I'm wrapping up already. Next slide. Strike the balance. What did I say? Show genuine care, but maintain a balance between ambition and empathy. Show the balance and maintain the balance between ambition and empathy. There was a time, you see, when you start talking to, you will almost feel you'll be emotional about them. Tell you the problems they are facing, how that things are not going well. Show them love. Let them know that you really care for them. But you have to strike the balance. The best way to strike balance at times is to redirect them to the product and service. Say, okay, I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so what exactly are you planning to take this offer at this time? But you see, you can be so emotional at times. I remember there was one client I met on LinkedIn, and so wonderful person. we strike a deal. I already did a lot of things. I did my interview until we get to the pricing. So I told them my price. I said, this is what I can take for now. And they could not afford it. It was really painful for me, actually. In fact, I even felt bad that I could not help these people at this time. I really felt bad. It was my brothers that were comforting me. I said, it's not a problem. It tends to happen at times. Because I was so emotional. I mean, I had to ask the Holy Spirit. So, ever since that day, I just knew that I would not really be available for everybody. So I told the person, I said, I'm so sorry. I would not be able to do this with you. But I can show you other people that can definitely do it better at this pricing. And that was just all. So please strike the balance. Don't say because you are so emotional and say, okay, I will give you for 2.5 ma. Just pay 2.5. At the end of the day, it's customers that don't pay enough money that will eventually give you a lot of problem. That's why I like to avoid them. Pay for the values that you have and say, what is it? I will not give you this. And they will tell you to still get them results at that time. It's better you run away from them. Because by the time you take that offer, you have signed a lot of troubles. For trust me, there are some customers you don't want to face their problem. Because they did not. But you see, when people value your product, of course, they might not have the money. They can tell you, okay, when I have the money, I will get it. But when they keep bringing the pricing down, those are not your target audience. Just leave them and let them go. Tell them that you honor them, but you cannot do it. Please, don't be too emotional. Next slide. So, I'm to my last slide. So, let's say you are preparing for a meeting. So, you want to meet with a client, or let's say you want to have an interview. Meanwhile, the best way to get all of these things I've told us already on LinkedIn. If you start applying for jobs on LinkedIn, but please, applying for jobs on LinkedIn does not really work necessarily. It works, but so that you can get some just few messages. But whichever ways, let's say you are preparing for an interview, or let's say you are preparing for a call, or for a meeting. Now, these are a few things that I personally believe that you want to do. Let me just talk generally and not look at the slide. And it's also the same thing on the slide anyway. Number one is that you want to understand the value of what you are providing. I've talked about that quite a number of times. Then number two is that you want to take time to research the company that you're about to work for. I mean, there's some people that when they want to work for persons and they say, okay, your interview has been scheduled to hold by so tomorrow, they are so excited and they hope that they will be the one to be called. And that's not done at times. So what you want to do is that you want to go into the company, you want to look at their current problems, go to their social media platforms, check the things that are rightly done, check the things that are not rightly done, look at possible solutions that you can offer to them by just seeing their services online. Put them down. Then the last exercise I would like you to also do is that you want to write some questions, likely questions that these people might want to ask from you. So you want to pen them down, write them down one after the other. After you have written them down one after the other, write the solutions to it, put the answers to the front, write possible questions like maybe 1 to 10 or 15 thereabout, then put answers to the place, write the answers down, be prepared for those questions. When you do that, of course, you can ask ChatGPT to even get you some possible questions that your customers can ask. When you're able to do that, it really prepares you for what you want to do. Are we together? So you go anywhere without prepared. So you want to find some specific time, research on that product, research on that business. If you want to be doing personal outreach, research on the people you want to reach out to, then do some certain analysis with them. Know exactly, it's not a big work. Know what is wrong, know what they are falling short of at the moment by just looking at the social media platforms, ask a lot of questions, check through some possible questions that the client might ask you, answer them, write them down, look into them one after the other, and be prepared for the meeting. Do we understand? Do we understand?
So let me conclude now. Next slide. So if you are able to, it's going to be a lot of work, trust me. But if you're able to do these searches very well, then now start putting it in right audience. If you are offering products, I want to recommend every other platforms, but maybe Instagram. But if it is services you are offering, okay, so Instagram, Facebook. If it is services you are offering on an international scale level, you want to focus maybe Twitter, Twitter, LinkedIn, and possibly Medium. If you want to, I think AP, is it AP or Ayobami that spoke about 6 months? You know, I was telling you the other time, you have to have a long term for success. So prepare this year that you want to, if you don't have money to do a lot of things, start building your personal brands. What you came for today was a result of a personal brand. And that's what, and I told us the story that I started FinTech Next towards the end, but when I discovered that this is not the game, please, if you are here, if you are doing that, it's a good time to stop it, trust me. When your name grows higher, your business follows it. So when your name is topping, your business is also following you. Are we together? Take your time to build your personal brand. It's definitely going to be an investment, but it will definitely worth it. It will be a worthwhile. Start posting on those things. Be intentional about it. Address the pain point of your customers by the things you write. Share the daily activities that happen. Share your personal stories and let people know, let people learn from those stories. Especially if it is services you are offering or even if it is product. I mean, a lot of people who offer products and they are on LinkedIn. Trust me, LinkedIn looks so serious, but a lot of people selling products. It depends on how you position yourself into it. Have a 6-month plan. Check through the slide that we'll be sending to you. Take your time, please. Take your time to do that analytic research. If you are not doing it, it means it's just a waste. Some people say, we don't need to be focused. Why should we write? Or let me just write it anyhow. And at the end of the day, it will definitely lead to a 0 result. Are we together? So, have a 6-month plan. Personal things, start writing about them, building a personal towards speaking directly to your customer. The way to speak directly to them is that you are addressing a particular pain point by the things you are sharing. A lot of the competition is so strong, a lot of people are just everywhere. The best way to now speak directly to the people that you want is that you already understand them. And that's why it's very important for you to do those exercises. When you have done that, it structures your content. It structures the way you talk. Of course, like me now, I'm not speaking to everybody. I'm speaking to some certain set of people. That's why it's some certain set of people that came. If it is another topic, it will have been another set of people. Are we together? So that's how it is. Understand the solutions you're solving now. Do most of those works, then start reaching out to them. Put it out on Instagram, put it out on LinkedIn, and as you plan to advance in aspect, which is the advertisement, because trust me, those platforms are not favoring organic reach anymore. They are not. It was before. It will take a long time for you to get that. But if you're able to get all of those things right, and you start putting it in front of them via ads, via content, via doing that one after. I think it was Esther that was showing me the other time that Temu had to spend $2 billion on just ads. That's why you see it both while you are awake and while you are in the dream. You see it in both sides. But they had to do a lot of work before they could come up with that. Are you with me? So even if you have $2 billion tomorrow and you cannot understand your customers, trust me, you are not the first person to waste $2 billion on ads, and it will definitely not yield any result. That's why the foundation of content is that you get those things right first, not the ads. Get those things right first, then you can now start pushing it out to people. So I feel this is where I'll be concluding, and for us to have more conversations, just join those links that they'll be sending to us. And if time permits me, I would still like to just speak with just 5 people today. And the rest of us, we might want to do that. If you can just reach out to me on a personal DM, maybe I'll tell
my team to just release the number so that we can take our conversations from there. Do we all understand? So I hope that this summit, it's a beginning of the new year, and I want to see some of us later end the year or maybe early next year and say thank you so much for those things. When I got home, I sat down with it. I was able to do this, I was able to do that, and the results are forthcoming. And we also like to still have like 5 people who can stay behind to just share their experiences from the conference. So again, I will still see you soon. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. I really appreciate this. Yes, I'm done.
Thank you so much. It has been such an amazing time, a fulfilling moment, if you ask me. It has been very fulfilling, and I'm looking to experience change in my business. If you are with me, let's wave our hands. If you are looking forward to using this knowledge that we have gained, right, to propel our businesses forward, can we say thank you very much? Thank you very much, Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit. Take responsive and responsible to take actions in the right direction. Thank you so much. And so we have learned so many things today, and the crux of all the information that we have gathered is that we implement it. All this information will just be lying around if we do not take the right actions. And if I were you, trust me, I am jumping right on the social media pages of the convener, asking as many questions as I can within its schedule, as the schedule permits, and ensuring that I take actions on all the information that have been shared. So let us be doers and not just thinkers. Let us be doers of the things that we have learned today. Please join me to celebrate every member of the team, everyone on the planning committee, every volunteer. Can we just celebrate the Akinyinka Emmanuel Business Summit team for this amazing success? Thank you so much for giving your time. Please, can we just have all the volunteers move to the front so that the convener can give his Thanksgiving speech to them, even as we close out. Let's have all volunteers, every member of the planning committee. Please move forward. This is your moment. This is your moment. Can we celebrate them as they move forward? This is your moment. This is your moment. Thank you for reaping from the labors of these people. We are reaping from their hard work, their commitment, their resilience, their time, their resources. Thank you so much for putting this together. Please, any volunteer that is outside should come in now. Please come in. Please, dominate. This is your season to shine. We are placing the spotlight on you. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much to everyone on the administrative team, the media team, the logistics and operations. Thank you so much to the marketing team. Is there any team that I have not mentioned? Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Can we celebrate Mr. Akinyinka as he comes to, celebrate them?
Thank you very much. So please, can you help me celebrate them once again? No, I think we should have the picture on the stage. So let's come up, let's do that. So it took just, I think we to plan the event for maybe 2 months thereabout. We've done a lot of things, and these are the people behind this success. So once again, help me celebrate them, please. It's there. Thank you.
Why are we not smiling? I mean, after weeks of hard work. Please, let's smile, let's smile. All right. Can everybody say cheese? I really want them to smile. Awesome. We have the perfect shot. Can we celebrate this amazing team once again? Thank you so very much. And can we also specially celebrate Mr. Akinyinka Emmanuel for putting together this amazing initiative? All right, so we have arrived at the end of this business summit. You know, I promised that I was going to share what Mr. Paul wanted to tell us. So here is me keeping to my word. He wanted to tell us to kill ants. What are the ants? Automatic negative thoughts. He said kill ants, automatic negative thoughts. And he said that the Game of Thrones in Nigerian market is the major reason why the country is suffering economically. When we kill automatic negative thoughts, every competitor automatically becomes your friend and a platform for collaboration to build sustainable cultures and communities. So we are killing ants this year, right? So I delivered my promise. You know, that is one core instrument of what we have learned today. Deliver your brand promise. And I'm representing my brand well. I think I'm already implementing what we have been taught. All right, so we would like to hear from you. We would like to get feedback on how this summit has been for you. And more to that, this is also a chance to strategically position yourself as a person of value. Have we ever watched reviews and we see the person speaking and we're like, oh, this person speaks well, this person, I'm interested in their business, because they spoke about their experience at someone else's event. I have been there, and I would like you to be that person that I would want to be like. So we need just 5 persons. 5 persons to give a feedback in a video format, right? In a video format, be part of the 5. We are audacious. We are not limiting ourselves. And remember, we have kept shyness where? In our pockets. Amazing. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here. I celebrate you once again for being an amazing audience. And I will leave us with this word. Keep the ball rolling. Never let go. Never relent. And let's build a more sustainable Africa. And let's grow our businesses. Can we celebrate ourselves once again? Thank you very much. I take my bow. Have an amazing time. P.S. Post about this event. Trust me. Post on LinkedIn. Post on Instagram. Anywhere you can. Position yourself as a person of value. Share what you learned, and it will transform your landscape this year. Thank you. Video, please just come to the front to signify your interest. You can sit on those beautifully decorated seats and we'll recognize you. Do you want to do the video? Are you want to do the video? Hi. Be part of those that will do the video. What you are going on? Thank you. I can see the interest in your eyes. Wait for the video. Media team, I have 3 persons already. If I have 5, I have 6. You also want to do the video? Please come. These are my guys. People, please sit down on these chairs. They are for you. People that want to do the videos, come. Wow, such an amazing set of people. Where are you taking Sheyi to? Sheyi is part of the people here. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are super amazing. Thank you for taking this step. Yes, it will be fast. Media team. Thank you for taking this steps. Hi, my name is Esther. Can I just